Good morning and welcome, everyone. Thank you so much for joining us for our 10th annual Alzheimer's Awareness Conference. My name is Jaime Constable, and I'm the CEO of the Alzheimer's Society of PEI. Before we get started, I just want to remind everyone to please keep your mic on mute and your camera turned off for the duration of the conference. You can also suggest, we suggest setting your view to presenter view for the best viewing experience. If you hover your mouse over the window, you should see where it'll pop up an option for you to select viewing options, and you can change it to presenter view. We are recording the conference today, and a link will be available to all who have attended as well, so you can review any parts of today's presentations. And we're also grateful to have Eastlink TV here with us. They will also be sharing this recording. If you do have questions for myself, for any members of the team here, or for any of our presenters, we ask you to pop those in the chat pod, and you can access this by, again, if you hover your mouse over the window, it will pull up a bar along the bottom where you can click on chat and you can send us your question there. As we begin, I would like to acknowledge the members of the Board of Directors of the Alzheimer's Society of PEI and share my gratitude for their significant and continuing support of our work here. This January, we've joined colleagues across Canada once again to celebrate Alzheimer's Awareness Month. There are over 500,000 Canadians living with Alzheimer's disease and other dementias. On PEI alone, we estimate that there are currently 2,767 Islanders living this journey. This January, we're encouraging people diagnosed with Alzheimer's disease and other dementias, as well as their care partners, to make the society their first link to a community of knowledge, support, and peers. A diagnosis of dementia is not easy, and you don't have to go it alone. Making a quick connection for support makes a big difference. It can help reduce feelings of uncertainty and increases feelings of confidence through learning, as well as planning for the future. Gaining knowledge and support really helps people to be prepared for the changes that come with this disease. We don't yet have a cure, but in the meantime, we know that when families have access to education and support, some crisis situations can be averted. We can help people to stay well in their homes longer. And with more understanding, care partners and other family members typically report lower stress levels and better health outcomes. It is now my pleasure to welcome the Honourable Ernie Hudson, Minister of Health and Wellness, to officially open our conference with his message of support for Islanders and updates around the healthcare system in PEI.
Hello, and thank you for inviting me to speak to you virtually today. Hopefully, it won't be too long before we are able to meet in person. As Minister of Health and Wellness, I do know how important it is for you to gather together as people who care for and advocate for those who live with Alzheimer's disease. This is an insidious and all too common illness. The support that you can provide each other is invaluable. In my own family and in the community, I have seen how hard Alzheimer's can impact an individual, but I have also seen how steadfast and how compassionate people can be in supporting a loved one with Alzheimer's. These are often sad situations, but they also show people at their best and at their most selfless. Organizations like the Alzheimer's Society make a real difference for families, providing access to a knowledgeable community of experts and peers. Having information and support can help people plan for the future, understand what to expect through the different stages of illness, and be supported as they navigate the services available in their community. The Alzheimer's Society's advocacy over the years has helped shape the design and the programming of dementia care households within Health PEI's long-term care homes, and you have encouraged a holistic approach to care. The Society has delivered valuable training for informal caregivers as well as for staff who have given positive reviews to the Dementia Care Training 101-102 program. And through the First Link program, the Alzheimer's Society of PEI helps families live with dementia, working with families to make sure they have the right information at the right time. Connection to community supports like the Alzheimer's Society at the time of diagnosis can help families to live better with dementia. The earlier the information, support, and education are provided, the better the outcomes are for families. The Department of Health and Wellness has been pleased to work with your group to support people living with Alzheimer's disease. Health PEI provides the seniors' mental health resource teams island-wide, which provide ongoing supports and assessments for seniors, including those with a dementia diagnosis. Specialized nursing staff, occupational therapy staff, and geriatric psychiatry support these individuals and their families to treat and assist them, including home and facility visits as required. Recently, we moved to enhance supports for persons living with dementia in rural areas. Through funding provided to the Alzheimer's Society of PEI, there are now support service coordinators in O'Leary, Summerside, and Montague, in addition to the services that have been in place in Charlottetown. I know people appreciate access to supports and information in the communities where they live, whether through groups like yours or through the developing network of medical neighborhoods and community health centers across our province. Our government is committed to continuing to expand and improve healthcare. We will build infrastructure, recruit talented professionals, and work with community groups to reach people in need. Offering high quality, timely access to health services to the people in PEI is our #1 priority. To do this, we need a strong team of healthcare providers, community supports, and patient advocates. I know we will continue to work together in partnership with all the people in our island community to make a positive difference in the lives of others every day. Thank you all for the support work you do and for your commitment to making a difference in the lives of people living with Alzheimer's disease. Thank you.
Thank you, Honourable Minister Hudson. We're very grateful to have you open our 10th annual Alzheimer's Awareness Conference and your support for Islanders living with dementia, their care partners, and family members. I'm going to share my presentation. All right, you should all be seeing my slides right now. The Alzheimer's Society has been providing support to Islanders for over 30 years. 2021 was a time of transition and expansion for us here, and I want to share a little bit about that and some of our plans as we move into 2022. In addition, I'll share briefly about what we know about prevention or risk reduction and some of the emerging research and recommendations around diagnosis. I'd also like to share about some new and upcoming disease-modifying treatments for Alzheimer's disease and other dementias. The Alzheimer's Society of PEI is part of a national federation of Alzheimer's societies. Our mission is to alleviate the personal and social consequences of Alzheimer's disease and other dementias, as well as promoting the search for a cause and a cure. One of our primary goals as an organization is to ensure that Islanders feel well supported through their journey with dementia. This includes people who have been diagnosed, their primary care partners, their family members, and friends. In 2021, thanks to funding from the Department of Health and Wellness, our team has grown to allow us, as the minister shared, to provide support for people living in rural communities. Our new staff are based from O'Leary, Summerside, and Montague, or rather currently working from home in Murray Harbor North. And their current focus is in following up with existing families who have been clients of ours to provide information, counseling, and family support. As we move into 2022, there will be opening up care partner support groups. We will be offering education for families and administering our volunteer companion program, which is a friendly visiting program for the person living with dementia. They are also responding to a large number of new referrals from healthcare providers in their communities, and we are seeing new families reaching out on a daily basis. What we know is that when people are connected with others who are knowledgeable, others who understand what they are going through, it has immense positive benefits. And the earlier, the better. One thing we hear a lot is, I wish I knew about you sooner. So another goal of 2022 is to continue our work in ensuring Islanders have access to services and support as early as possible, ideally at the time of receiving a diagnosis. We're making improvements to ensure that referring persons and families to our services is easy and efficient for care providers. Direct referral to services is essential. We know that people access services on average 9 months sooner when they are referred directly versus told to call or given a pamphlet. So it's important that healthcare providers make the link, in particular physicians, as people trust their doctors. They're around 5 times more likely to access a service when the doctor has recommended it. For those that receive a diagnosis of dementia, we want to ensure the best possible care and outcomes. We have a goal to support best and leading practices in dementia care across the island. We have education that can help persons living with dementia and their family care partners to understand more about the type of dementia they are diagnosed with. We help provide strategies to live safely and to live well, and to support overall health and well-being. We want to ensure that care partners have the knowledge and the skills they need to confidently care for their family member at home. In addition to support services staff, we have also hired a dementia care educator who is facilitating our dementia care training program, which provides certification in really high quality dementia care techniques based on TIPA SNO's positive approach to care, as well as You First, Pieces, and Dementiability. This training is available to anyone who works with persons living with dementia. For instance, we provide this training to staff in long-term care, hospitals, community care facilities, as well as home care supports. And the training itself is powerful for staff anywhere from administration and cleaning and kitchen staff who interact with persons living with dementia, and also has advanced levels that can add to the knowledge of allied health, clinical staff, and resident care workers, social work, nurses, as well as nurse practitioners. Due to our aging population and the sheer numbers of individuals over age 65, the levels of dementia in our community are growing, and staff across the system of care can really benefit from having enhanced knowledge of dementia and how to care for someone living with this journey. I also just wanted to share a picture of the team that's going to be providing these services, that already is providing these services. From left to right, in the front, we have Laura. She's our manager of programs and services. In the back, we have Jaclyn, Shelley, Kristen, and then myself. And Penni, who is to the right, came on board very shortly after this photo was taken, and it's been difficult to get back together again, in particular over the last several weeks. You will be hearing from each of these team members later. They're going to talk about a different aspect of our programs and services that we have underway. I wanted to share some highlights from around the world. It's very difficult to choose. There's truly an enormous amount of work and research underway. But in particular, I want to look at prevention or risk reduction and some current data around this, as well as findings from the ADI World Alzheimer Report released in September of 2020. And finally, I'd like to do a brief update about treatments. Here we go. As we reach the age of typically 65 and over, our chances of getting Alzheimer or dementia steadily increase. However, there are identified areas throughout our lives where we can support brain health and reduce the risks of developing dementia in later life. We're going to put a link to the full Lancet report, which was released in 2020, into the chat pod. And again, you can interact with us through the chat pod there. I see that there's a couple of messages in there currently. Wonderful. Okay, so Penny's going to be putting links up there for you. And what I wanted to share specifically from this report is the image that you see, which shows the identifiable, modifiable risk factors, that can reduce the risk of developing dementia. While 60% of the risks are still unknown, 40% are things over which we have some control and can make a big impact on brain health. For instance, what we know is that more education, in particular in early life, is important. As well, hearing loss can be a factor that increases the risk of dementia, but the study did indicate that wearing one's hearing aids, if they are recommended, is protective. Living a healthy lifestyle is, of course, essential, and that means eating a healthy diet, exercising, avoiding smoking, and keeping alcohol consumption to a minimum. The study also pointed out the importance of social connection, in particular in later life, and we know that social isolation has been a huge issue. There are many other studies as well that have been pointing to the negative impacts of isolation on overall physical and mental health. We all want to stay healthy as we move into later life, and this is going to require a lifelong focus on healthy habits, which will require changes as individuals, as families, as well as cultural and societal changes. The Alzheimer's Society is going to continue to work to support these efforts by raising awareness about their risk factors and, conversely, ways to support a healthy brain throughout life. During World Alzheimer Month in 2021, Alzheimer Disease International released a significant report about the journey through the diagnosis of dementia. I'm going to have a link placed to that full report in the chat pod as well. And I'd like to share some key findings from this report. It's clear that diagnosis of dementia is a global issue. An early diagnosis of dementia is crucial for many reasons, including the benefits of early intervention. The current treatments that are available that can reduce the symptoms of some forms of dementia work best if they are administered early, and non-pharmacological interventions like exercise can be started or enhanced sooner. There is no cure yet, but early planning, family knowledge and support means an easier journey ahead and impacts quality of life. One of the significant barriers they identify in the study to a timely diagnosis is the general lack of information and awareness of Alzheimer's disease and signs and symptoms. The signs and symptoms are not well understood and are mistakenly often attributed to a normal aging process. As well, it's not always clear how someone should go about being assessed, who do they see, and what do they say. This lack of knowledge is compounded by a fear of the disease and fear of the stigma associated with it, and can result in delays in both assessment and diagnosis. I believe 46% identified fear of diagnosis and fear of stigma as a barrier. Another significant barrier identified in the study included insufficient education and knowledge in primary care physicians to diagnose dementia, compounded by two other issues. For one, as we are all familiar, physicians often see 6 to 10 patients in an hour, and it's not possible to make an accurate diagnosis of dementia in 10 minutes. The fee for service model itself is then counterproductive for encouraging a high quality, thorough diagnosis and management of dementia. Once an individual has been diagnosed, the most common action on the part of clinicians was to prescribe a dementia-specific medication. And for those who did receive a diagnosis, for the person with dementia and the care partner, the biggest difficulties faced in receiving that diagnosis was that they felt that they had an overall lack of information about dementia. Until a cure is found, it's clear that there is work to do in supporting people with the information and the services they need to manage, to plan, and to live as well as possible with this illness. And that begins by encouraging earlier and prompt diagnosis of dementia for all islanders and encouraging early referral to services. Next year's World Alzheimer Report, which always comes out in September, which is World Alzheimer Month, is going to focus primarily on what comes after diagnosis and issues in the management of dementia. Lastly, I wanted to share some of the emerging news about treatments for Alzheimer's and dementia. For the first time, we have disease-modifying therapies that are coming onto the market. We hope that in the coming years, an effective treatment and most hopefully a cure will be found. Currently in Canada, there are 4 pharmacological treatments available that can help reduce the symptoms of dementia. These are not disease-modifying. They do not cure dementia. In some people, they do reduce the symptoms, which from a lived experience perspective can look like improvements in function and even delayed progression. This can have a great benefit for some people that are affected. There are limitations to the medications, namely that they only work very effectively in about 30% of people. They can have side effects that are difficult to cope with, and at some point in the journey, they do stop being effective. The newest medication on the market is called Aduhelm, and it contains the active ingredient aducanumab. I'm sure at this point, most of you have heard of this medication. It specifically targets the amyloid beta proteins in the brain, and it helps to clear them. This is one of the dominant proteins thought to play a role in Alzheimer's disease. Aducanumab, Aduhelm, has completed stage 3 clinical trials. It was approved by the FDA for use in the US in June of 2021. Aduhelm is currently only being recommended, though, for those in the early stages of impairment, so mild cognitive impairment or early Alzheimer's. It was, however, refused for the market by the European Medicines Agency, representing the European Union, just this past December. Specifically, the European Medicines Agency indicated it was refusing access to the market due to a lack of evidence and conflicting evidence in the trial. Their report stated that medication reduced the amyloid beta, but it didn't make a significant link between that and a clinical improvement. They also cited safety concerns, as scans for some patients showed what appeared to be swelling or bleeding in the brain, and that the risks of the treatment currently outweigh the benefits. Aduhelm is still under review by Health Canada, so it's not currently available here. However, I would anticipate a decision on this probably in 2022, and even we will be watching very closely in the coming months for more information. More than anything, we want to see an effective treatment or cure come forward for dementia. And I would like to know your feelings about this new medication. If you'd like to register an opinion, we're going to put up a brief and anonymous poll, and we'll be sharing some polls throughout the day as well. So this one will be good practice. All right, hopefully all of you can see that. I know there's research being done across Canada to really look at public opinion around aducanumab and Aduhelm, but I'm really interested in the opinion of Islanders. So the question is, how do you feel about this new medication? I would want the treatment to be available for myself or my family member, despite the risks and the side effects. The risks and side effects concern me enough that I would not want it for myself and my family member, or I want to see more research and evidence before I make a decision. It's a very hard choice, and it is unfortunately common that a medication can have risks and side effects as well as provide a benefit. So I understand. We're going to leave the poll up maybe for another 5 seconds, Kristen, and then Kristen will share the results. So it looks like about 78% of folks would like to see more research and more evidence before making a decision. 7%, the side effects concern me enough that I would not want it for myself or my family member. And 16% say they would like the treatment to be available for their self or their family member. So I understand. Thank you very much for your feedback. Penni has also been putting some links for you into the chat pod. I just need to clear this away. I can't see anymore. Sorry, Kristen, can you stop the poll or clear the poll because it's over top of everything for me? Oh, here we go. Yeah, if you check the chat pod, you are going to see links to the FDA's approval of aducanumab, as well as the refusal by the European Medicines Agency. And there's also a page in there about Health Canada or the Canadian approach and some information on the Alzheimer's Society of Canada website. I also wanted to mention that there are a lot of upcoming treatments. So there's a lot of research being done around the world. There are 126 different treatment agents being tested in 152 trials. In terms of the stage 3 clinical trials, which is really the last stage before a drug goes to market, there are about 23 different therapeutic agents being tested currently. So it's a very exciting time. And I think we're going to see a lot of new medications making their way to the market in the coming years. In addition to medications, it's important to realize that there are many non-pharmacological approaches that can promote brain health after a diagnosis of dementia. And here are some of the factors that can help someone to live well with this disease. Eat a well-balanced and nutritious diet. Stay active, stay strong, and do activities you enjoy. It's really important to keep our muscle tone, our muscles very strong to support us as we move into our later years. Walking itself is actually a great exercise. Staying connected to other people, to family, to friends, to people who understand your experience, being able to continue to share about your feelings and experiences is very important. Working out your brain with activities that you enjoy, like music, dancing, languages, hobbies, and activities. Being sure to visit your doctor frequently, keep track of and keep good management of any other chronic conditions, and knowing that your blood pressure, blood sugars, everything is within range. Kind of taking really good care of your other health supports your brain health as well. There are also many ways to reduce stress, and we can help you find ways that work for you. It's important as well to be safe. So preventing falls in particular, many of these are preventable. Many other accidents are preventable, and injuries from falls can have a devastating effect for a person living with dementia. So always consider the safety of surroundings, keep in shape and practice balance, and always use helmets, seatbelts, and other recommended safety equipment. I wanted to thank you again so much for joining us today for our 10th annual conference. I really hope that next year we're going to be able to join together in person for this event. I'd like to close my presentation. Actually, I'll just stop sharing here. Okay, I hope that worked. I just wanted to close my presentation with a message of support for all the families that are being impacted by COVID-19 in our province. In particular, to those who have lost a family member or a friend at this time, I'm very sorry for your loss. And for those of you who have family members in long-term care and in community care homes, we know how much you worry. We know how difficult it is when these homes are in outbreak. And we know that the measures designed to protect residents can also sometimes be extremely difficult for a person living with dementia. We acknowledge that as care partners, family members, and friends, your role and presence is essential for the well-being of the person with dementia. So I encourage you to please reach out for support to the team here if we can help in any way during this time. It's now my pleasure to introduce our first guest speakers of the day, Dr. Jessica Strong and her students Shauna and Milann from the University of PEI. Jessica Strong, PhD, ABPP, is a licensed and board certified clinical geropsychologist and assistant professor of psychology. She received her PhD in clinical psychology from the University of Louisville, specializing in aging and neuropsychology. Dr. Strong completed her psychology residency, clinical fellowship in geropsychology, and additional postdoctoral training in advanced geriatrics at the Boston VA healthcare system, affiliated with Harvard Medical School. She joined the faculty at UPEI in 2019. Dr. Strong's current research program focuses broadly on aging and cognition, in particular, how experiences impact cognitive aging processes, as well as program evaluation of late life interventions for mental health and well-being, and what factors influence students' likelihood to pursue a career with working with older adults. I'd also like to welcome Shauna Reddin, who is a third-year psychology doctoral student who hopes to practice on PEI after graduation. Her interests are in integrating mental health services with primary care and in providing support for caregivers, both paid and unpaid. This is a second career for Shauna, as she previously worked in policy evaluation and planning within PEI's health and education departments. Milann Mitchell is a third-year psychology doctoral student at UPEI. She moved here from Saskatchewan after completing her master's degree in preclinical research in depression. Milann is currently completing her advanced practicum with Dr. Strong in partnership with Provincial Geriatrics. As a part of this practicum, she's involved in assessment and therapy services with older adults, as well as in the delivery of group programs for caregivers of family members with dementia. So please give a warm virtual welcome to our three presenters. I want to thank you so much for joining us.
Hi, everybody, and thanks, Jaime, and everybody at Alzheimer's Society for the invitation this morning. We do have a couple of slides, although I try not to have too much of the more formal presentation. I'm a little bit more of a casual presenter, and I don't think we have, well, actually, let me see. We do. I'm good. Can everybody see that? Great. So, again, thank you to Alzheimer's Society for the invitation. I'm really excited to be able to be joined by Milann and Shauna as well. In the spirit of connecting the community, support and knowledge, I thought it was really important to include some of the students that I'm working with and supervising to share some of their experiences in working with people with dementia and with care partners. And so we're going to sort of be trading around back and forth as we go through what we're hoping to share with you all today, which is some of the services that we're providing through UPEI. So I'm going to talk a little bit about my own training and philosophy on working with care partners and people with dementia first, and then we'll share a number of the different services that we're offering, as I mentioned. So a couple different groups for care partners and a couple of different groups for individuals with dementia at different stages. we're also going to be talking about the psychology training that students are getting at UPEI broadly, and again, having them share a little bit about what their experiences have been in working with care partners and people with dementia. And then at the end, I'll touch just a little bit on some of the research that I'm doing. All of my training has been in aging and neuropsychology, so I'll share a little bit about just a couple of studies that I'm currently working on in those areas. So I wanted to start, I know this might be a little bit grainy because I stole this from, as you can see, website below, but so my training and the mentors and supervisors that I worked with when I was in graduate school were really focused on the idea that all of us are whole people, and any single person that we're working with as a clinician or as a researcher is whole. And a lot of times, Jaime mentioned some of the stigma that can come along with getting a diagnosis of dementia, and that, we see that is sort of pervasive throughout society, and we have ingrained a lot of perhaps those beliefs ourselves. So if someone gets a diagnosis of dementia, they might feel that they are less than whole, and society might view them as being less than whole. And so this idea of the whole person, or whole person assessment and whole person intervention, was something that I really had, it was really sort of ground into my training, into my experiences as a student. And it's something that I really try to share and teach the students that I'm working with. Somebody might, sorry.
Hi, I'm just going to pause you for a second.
Yep.
Your PowerPoint is not on a full screen, and so it's still sitting on the first slide. There we go.
Is that better? Oh,
I'm so
let me
sorry.
see. It's not. No, that's okay. It's I have this two screen dual monitor, and it has been giving me issues with sharing. So I wonder if I can just do. Is that going to work okay? I know it's a lot smaller.
It is. There is a way, but it's up with your sharing up top. Or if you stop the share and then reshare, just make sure you choose the one where you have it full screen.
Okay, let me try this again. Thanks, everybody. Technology,
Yeah. It's supposed to help, but
I know. Okay, so I have that up. Now let me just pull. How does that look? It's still it's still not full screen, eh?
Yeah. What happens if you hit from beginning here on this one?
No change.
No change. Okay. Well, we
Nope.
can do like this.
Yep, it's an issue. I hit something with my dual monitor, one of my last meetings, and yeah, I wonder if I can just zoom this in a little bit more. Yeah.
If you try view and reading view, does that work on your end?
Oh, yeah. Does that work for you?
That's perfect.
Awesome.
Okay.
Thank you. Okay, so thanks everybody. So, I was saying, this sort of model of whole person that I really try to share then with my students from the first sort of assessment that we might be doing. We're going to be, when we're diagnosing or going through an assessment to see if someone has dementia, we're measuring cognitive skills and functional abilities. And I try to also make sure that we're integrating all of these other things as well. So, their life history, someone's family system, their personality style, and their interests, all of these aspects, because it isn't just that cognitive skills might be changing and they might be declining in someone who has dementia, but other things might be changing in different ways, and maybe someone is better able to emphasize a particular value or really hone in on a relationship with a family member because of the situation. So I start with this model just even from that place of starting a dementia assessment. And I use this whole person idea to carry that through into any sort of intervention that we might be doing afterwards, or case management, or connecting folks with other services like First Link with Alzheimer's Society. So we try to offer a lot of the services that I'm going to turn over to the students here in a minute. We try to offer groups that hit on a number of these areas. And so I'll go ahead to that, and we'll talk first about a couple of the groups that we have for care partners. So I'll turn it over to Shauna and Milann to walk you through those.
Okay, hi everyone. My name is Milann, and I'm going to be talking about the services that we offer for care partners. And these services we offer out of the psychology training clinic at UPEI. And we offer a couple of different types of services. So these have included 2 different types of group therapy programs. The first of which is a bi-weekly open support group that's been running since late summer 2020 on the UPEI campus. And this group started in the context of early COVID days, during a time when many caregivers had been dealing with reduced services in their homes, as well as decreased social supports. And this is an open group, so new caregivers can join at any point, and regular group members are free to keep coming as well for as long as it's helpful for them. And on any given week, we'll usually have about 4 to 8 caregivers present. And the makeup of the group has generally consisted of caregivers who are caring for a spouse with dementia, but that certainly hasn't precluded adult child caregivers from attending as well. And the group is also, it's generally been made up of members who are caregiving for partners at different stages of the disease trajectory. And one of the advantages of this that's been commented on by some group members is that those caregivers who are at later stages, who have been navigating the caregiver role for a longer time, have been able to share their experiences and offer some advice and what they've learned, and just provide a bit of an idea for caregivers at earlier stages and what they might be able to expect and prepare for. In terms of the session structure, sometimes there's a prepared theme, but often not, and it's left open for group members to discuss what's important for them that day. But some examples of topics that might be covered include self-care. So what activities are caregivers doing to help take care of themselves during times of stress? Or we might talk about advocating for self or care partner. So we might discuss strategies for communicating effectively with medical providers or with family members, or we might share supports and resources in the community. Or we might talk about dementia behaviors and strategies for managing these, while also touching on some of the stigma that can be attached to some of those behaviors when they happen in social circumstances, and how do caregivers navigate those types of situations. So those are some examples of topics that we might cover, or that might even just come up naturally in session. Often the group takes the form of a free-flowing discussion that's aided by facilitators. So again, it's a supportive space for caregivers to share their experiences, offer advice, ideas, to ask questions, and ultimately just to connect with others who are going through a similar experience.
And I'm here to speak a little bit about the Caring Through COVID-19 Psychotherapy Group, which is an 8-week manualized program that we've been lucky to offer twice in the course of the last couple of years. The manual was developed by Dr. Evan Pliss at the University of Colorado School of Medicine, and it has 8 weekly sessions, and the aims of the group are to teach members stress, anxiety, and depression management techniques, to increase social support for isolated family caregivers during the COVID-19 outbreak, and to provide coping skills for changes to care roles and family practices during the COVID-19 outbreak. So I think, as all of us recognize, caring through COVID is a challenge as my homeschooled children knock on the locked door to my bedroom. I'm feeling a little bit overwhelmed about it myself. But what I can say is that the 8-week structured group is designed to provide sequential learning and also the opportunity to share and grow and reflect on these really complicated experiences. And so we start out with sort of icebreaker type sessions around COVID-19 facts and some problem solving techniques, managing unhelpful thoughts and emotions. I would emphasize that this is actually a psychotherapy group, so it does offer us the opportunity to have a little bit more in-depth exploration rather than just a skills training. We teach some evidence-based psychotherapy approaches such as acceptance and commitment therapy approaches, cognitive behavioral approaches, and also some self-compassion work. Like with the open group, we also work with communication and conflict resolution, adapting roles and engaging your care network. One of the more popular sessions comes near the end. Session 6 is called Care for the Caregiver. And one of the exercises that we do in that seems to really resonate with group members is we construct their plate of all the things that are on their plate, imagining that life is a buffet and that we build all of the things that have been put on our plate through that and the expectation of how do we possibly carry that plate. And we discuss the metaphor of what can we take off or what can we leave for later versus what is it that we're just going to have to endure and how can we get some supports for taking some things off of there. We also go into family relationships and our rituals and coping approaches. So far, we've, like I said, run 2 groups and they've been really well received by participants. And it's a nice structured way to enter the group therapy approach. And some folks have come to our group from open, but also others have come to the skills group first to learn the way that works and the way that it feels. And then they transition into the open support group for as long as they would like.
Thanks, Shauna. So the next couple of groups that we're going to talk about are things that we offer for people with dementia. One group that's been going on since the caregiver support group started, the open group, is an expressive arts group. So this group actually runs at the same time as the bi-weekly open support group for care partners. And in an effort to just be able to make the group more accessible to more people. Oftentimes I know as a clinician that one of the hardest things about helping care partners is that it can be difficult to add anything to their schedule, right? They're already so busy and stressed and there's sort of a lot going on. So we wanted to be able to offer a group at the same time so that both sides of the care partner would be able to be engaging in a group experience. So the bi-weekly open group meets, and in the room next door, we have an expressive arts group for people with dementia. So the goals of this group are to promote reminiscence. So there's often, this group does come with a topic every week, and often there will be sharing of life experiences in a particular domain, like a favorite trip that someone took, or, favorite foods growing up, and, early relationships and those sorts of things, so that the people with dementia can feel like they're remembering something really well and they're getting reinforcement from clinicians in the group and also from other people. So this group has historically been a little bit smaller. We have, I think at most, had about 3 people coming semi-regularly, and it's usually 1 or 2 people that are coming. But again, we're really trying to emphasize that extra social interaction, getting out of the house, making connections, and reminiscing around something pleasant. We are also hoping to launch shortly. We were actually hoping to do this in December, and then with COVID restrictions coming back in a little bit more heavily, we've had to delay the launch of this group. But one thing that I think that I've noticed in the last decade that I've been doing this is that we put a lot of services into the care partner and the support that they need. And in my experience, there's been less of an opportunity for people with dementia in the earlier stages to come together as a group and discuss their experiences. And so we wanted to create an opportunity for that to happen. And this came, I will say, from my experience, but also from talking to people who I was giving a diagnosis of dementia and saying, you know, I really want to be able to process this and talk to other people who are experiencing some of the same things. So, you know, we're hoping to be able to start that soon, and we'll be able to guide discussions around the stigma of getting a diagnosis or living with Alzheimer's or related dementia, how having a diagnosis or having this disease might change relationships with a spouse or friends or with children. Hopes and fears about the future, among other things. And we also wanted to make sure that this group had some time for different sort of cognitive stimulation activities. So having, you know, a news article reading and discussion, and again, hoping to kind of integrate that into the topics that we want people to be able to get some support around. So Shauna, I don't know, did you have anything you wanted to add about that?
Yeah, I just wanted to point out that the cognitive stimulation piece would be a really fun way to integrate otherwise pretty typical group processes, such as like a icebreaker, or sort of in our manualized program, we always did teaching and then we always did discussion. And so having the opportunity to embed activities that feel like fun and recreation, but are also evidence-based to support improved cognitive functioning. So I've been spending some time in the literature looking at the different ways, and it is dependent on the cognitive level of decline for people. So, you know, in some cases, you're doing much more basic things. But with this kind of a group, you know, I'm just like imagining that maybe this is the time that I finally learn how to play crib, or, you know, really we could recruit from the participants the type of activities that they're interested in doing, having an opportunity to teach and share. But yeah, it would be, I'm really, really looking forward to the time when we can start doing this one.
Thanks, me too. I also want to highlight that, you know, all the ARVA groups are clinician facilitated and clinician led, but one of the huge things that I find about in doing group work is that it is that, again, thinking back to the theme of today, that connection for support, right? And of course there are professionals like myself and others in the Alzheimer's Society who can provide that support, but sometimes connecting with other people who have that shared experience is so much more therapeutic and beneficial than anything I might be able to say or help with. It's hearing that other people are going through the same thing and having the same feelings that, you know, might feel a little bit icky to talk about, but knowing that you're not wholly alone in what you're experiencing, either in your diagnosis of Alzheimer's or another dementia, or in the care that you might be providing or thinking that you'll provide in the future for someone with dementia. Okay, so I wanted to talk a little bit about the program here, and then I'll have Milann and Shauna talk a little bit about what they have received in working with this community. And so the Doctor of Psychology program at UPEI is relatively new. So Shauna and Milann were part of our first cohort, and they're in their third year now. It is a 4-year professional program, and students get training across the whole lifespan. So we do have students who are placed in, for example, in the school board, working with doing psychoeducational assessments and those sorts of things. We also see younger children in our clinic. This is one of our rooms on campus. Photo taken before COVID, obviously, and all the way through the work that I do with seniors on the island. So the first couple of years the students are with us, year 1 and year 2 in the program, they train with us only in our clinic on campus. So we can sort of guide their training a little bit more. And then as Milann mentioned, she's placed with Provincial Geriatrics as sort of an advanced external placement in their 3rd year. And Shauna was doing the same in the fall. The 4th year of the program, students go on to do their clinical residency. So they might go anywhere in Canada to do a 1-year full-time clinical residency before they can be licensed and be practicing as clinical psychologists. So I've really focused, I am the faculty member who has the expertise and the passion for working with seniors. And so I have been developing relationships with Provincial Geriatrics, with seniors mental health, with the Alzheimer's Society, to make sure that students have that sort of well-rounded training, whether or not they want to specialize in, geropsychology or geriatric psychology, but even just to be a competent sort of general practitioner and know sorts of the things that they might, anything they might need to in order to be working with older adults in practice in the future. So I will turn it over to Milann and Shauna to just share a little bit again about the community, the knowledge that they've learned. And I will say this was Shauna's idea to I'd like to take credit for it, but she was like, so I don't know if you two can jump in to share some of the benefits that you have gotten from the community here.
Sure, I can start by just speaking to both my experience working with caregivers as well as people with dementia. So in terms of my caregiver experience, it's been unique when I compare it to my other clinical work out of the clinic. And I think that's because the caregiver comes to therapy, not because of their own mental health conditions, but because they're navigating extremely challenging circumstances that sometimes require that additional level of support. And one of the challenging but also growing aspects of this work for me has been learning to acknowledge and accept that I can't change those circumstances, but I can at least be there along the way and be able to offer some tools and strategies for managing some of those challenges. And I think that's also why group work with caregivers has been so rewarding. And Jessica touched on this, because it's being able to provide that environment for caregivers with similar experiences to come together and to support one another, even to provide a special kind of support that can only come from somebody who knows what you're going through. And in my role as a facilitator, I've been able to witness the fostering of those connections among group members, as well as being able to provide some tools and strategies that can help alleviate some of that burden that caregivers experience. And a second aspect of my work has involved conducting neuropsychological assessments to help clarify cognitive changes for individuals with suspected dementia. And this is sometimes heavy work, but at the same time, I feel privileged to be receiving the kind of quality training that I am in different assessment tools and methods that then allows us as clinicians, or myself as a student clinician, to be able to help provide answers for individuals and families so that they can start to prepare and equip themselves for those outcomes going forward.
In terms of reflecting on this teaching opportunity and learning opportunity, I wanted to share that geropsychology was not an area of target for me. It was not something that I intended to learn. But luckily we were blessed with Dr. Strong, who has such a strong passion for this work and is also really good at putting it in context. When she began with that circle with arrows and understanding how, stages of life and experiences through life are all really connected, geropsychology is just a natural fit with the rest of psychology because we all do grow older. And I came into this training looking to support caregivers. As Jaime mentioned in my bio, I wanted to be the sort of compassion, fatigue, and burnout expert for the healthcare system. And I've learned that, caregiver support is far more than just paid caregivers, and that I think the vast majority of caregiving is actually done by unpaid caregivers. And so this opportunity to learn working with caregivers was just really very much surprisingly in line with what I originally set out to do. And the thing about caregiver work is that it really gives you an understanding of the power of compassion and empathy and support to help people manage really difficult circumstances. I also really was primarily interested in primary care, not in the specialty service of geriatrics, but the provincial geriatrics program is such an excellent example of collaborative practice, and they've been so welcoming of our program and really treated us as colleagues and recognized, although we're early in our careers, that we do have expertise to bring, and that felt so great to be a part of that team. And so has met another one of my career goals, which is to, understand collaborative practice in the healthcare context. And finally, as Milann mentioned, I never thought that my very first assessment as a student psychologist would be one where at the end, you may be giving somebody a really life-changing, life-limiting illness diagnosis. And diving into that assessment practicum and focusing on the assessment of dementia, I thought I was going to be, assessing learning disabilities or things like that. And coming to terms with how profound that was and how, it was really kind of upsetting, but the ability to offer support, the ability to offer support in that was really emphasized the importance of resilience and the importance of hope, even in some of the hardest news that we give people. And so I felt like this training opportunity has covered all of the bases for what I came to do the psychology doctorate for, but in a completely unexpected way. So I just really wanted to explain how rich the opportunity has been and how grateful we are for the families who come and for the programs that have made space for us, because this is just a really exciting thing.
Thanks, both of you. I got a little bit tearful listening to that, just because I am really glad to be able to be here on PEI and working with all of these organizations and students and older adults doing the things we're doing. So I had a transition and then now I just have completely lost it. But I wanted to just close out a little bit and have some time at the end for questions and discussion if anybody from the larger group had those for us. So I wanted to just do a tiny bit here on some of the ongoing research before we switch over to that. So one of, as Jaime mentioned at the beginning, one of my major interests is in cognitive functioning and sort of how cognition changes normally over the lifespan, sort of as one ages, the brain ages like all other organs. And so one of my interests is cognition across the lifespan and when does it change normally and when does it change like in a dementia or an Alzheimer's disease. So one study that I'm doing, I'm another interest of mine is in music training. And so I am looking at different cognitive abilities in healthy older adults who are living in the community, as well as collecting information about different lifestyle and life experiences sort of from childhood on in music training, different social activities and connections, physical activities, to get an idea of, again, trying to measure this idea of cognitive reserve, what sorts of things might contribute to protecting against development of a dementia. And then one of the other groups that I'm working with has just been such a joy. The Healthy Aging Research Committee is an intergenerational group. And so there are a number of seniors from across PEI who are engaging with myself and a couple other professors at UPEI and a handful of undergraduate students. And so our goals with this group and with the survey that we're conducting right now is to learn what services seniors are providing to the community so that we can, based on our information, sort of, campaign to combat ageism. And also learn about what services seniors might need in the next years of their lives to stay in their homes. So that has been a really, really gratifying group to be a part of. I love the opportunity to work in those intergenerational teams to learn from each other. So I just wanted to mention those quickly and put a little plug in for our survey. Yeah, and that was it for us. And I think we have about 10 minutes for questions, which is perfect. So we're happy to entertain any questions or comments. And again, thanks for your patience with my slide sharing.
Thank you. You're strong. I want to thank you and Shauna and Milann for your presentation today. Very appreciated. If you want to stop sharing your screen, it will, there we go. And yeah, it was really, really great to have an opportunity to learn more about the work that you're doing there and these programs. Obviously, all of these things are very close to our heart over here. And in particular, you know, when you talked about the need for persons with dementia in the early stages to have programs, like I couldn't agree more. Over the years, working with people with dementia, one of the things that I heard most commonly is, I want to see myself reflected in somebody else. And they really just want to meet each other and talk about those experiences and what's happening, because it's actually quite rare for a person with dementia to meet another person living with dementia until they get into more of a later stage. And so I'm really excited about these programs that you're developing.
Me too.
And we do, yes, we have some time for questions. So I know that for some people, the Zoom platform is a little bit new. So I'm just going to provide some instruction. If you want to ask a question, please just hover over the screen. You can even click on Dr. Strong's picture and it should bring up some buttons along the bottom. And if you click on the chat pod, you can type your question in there. Some of you have already been messaging, but we have, you know, maybe about 5 more minutes for questions. After which we're going to take a little break and let everybody get up and stretch their legs. And when we come back, we are going to have presentations from Dr. Katriena MacKay as well as Dr. Javiar Salabarria. Very excited to have them here with us. We do have one question up there asking if the biweekly support group is only in person or if it's available on Zoom. And if so, is there a link for more info? And we can Shauna or Milann, if you have access to those links, you can throw them up into the chat pod for people as well.
Yep. So I can take that. The biweekly support group has only been in person. So UPEI, we had, you know, working with our sort of safety protocols, we were able to have space because the classes weren't in session. We had all these massive classrooms that were available. So we were able to meet in person and socially distance in our in-person groups. We had our last meeting in early December and we have not yet been able to go back to in-person. So I sent out a message to all of our, you know, care partners who are on that list right now to see if folks were interested in sort of moving over to Zoom until we could be back in person. And only one person was out of the, I don't know, 15 people, I think, on the email list. So we don't have a Zoom link because we have not. Folks really, I think, in this group have seemed to really prefer the in-person and would hope to just wait until that is. Sorry, now the chat's box is up and I'm reading it as I'm talking. So, so no Zoom link. That one has been only in person. The skills group, the 8-week skills group. There's talk right now about we're starting a new. We'll start again with week 1 in the next couple of weeks, and that one may be starting on Zoom if we're sort of ready to go and there's enough people before we can be back in person. But the open biweekly group is just in person right now.
Before we move on to Olive's question, there was a direct message to me asking about how somebody can sign up for the support group at UPEI.
Mm-hmm. So Jaime, you have our referral information. So I don't know if the best way is to reach out to you for that, to send them over to us or.
Yeah, we do have a nice connection with this clinic. It's been wonderful. We refer back and forth to each other. So to the person who asked me that question, if you're already connected with us, just give us a call and we actually fill out a referral form and do it on your behalf. And then you have the chat pod, so I'll let you keep going with all of it.
So Olive, hi Olive, thanks for being here. The benefits of intergenerational work for me and for the students. So Jaime talked about, and we sort of mentioned throughout, the stigma associated not just with dementia, but just with getting older. And so a lot of that stigma and and younger adults experience that as well, right? So teenagers and sort of very young adults, as well as older adults, tend to be the two groups that experience the most ageism or discrimination because of their age, because in both of those areas, society sees them as not making as much money and not contributing. And so when I think we're able to bring groups together who normally wouldn't interact with each other, we're directly combating that ageism. And that's what the intergenerational work, I think, does for me, is it allows undergraduate students who maybe don't have a close relationship with a grandparent, or maybe they do, but just, a one grandparent, interact with older adults and hear about their life and realize that they actually maybe have more in common than they thought that they would, or they have more to learn from an older adult. And similarly, an older adult who might think that, the younger adults are fill in the blank, ageist belief about young adults, can see there's just a lot of sharing that goes on that I think really directly breaks down those that discrimination and the ageist beliefs. Plans to offer programs outside of Charlottetown, yes. So we have talked that, as we've sort of been getting things rolling here, and because, the location of UPEI, we have been primarily here. Shauna did some work last semester in Summerside at Provincial Geriatrics main office, and we would really like to be able to expand that. We would like to be able to expand that eventually. What does preventative research look like for this diagnosis? That is a involved question. And I think, Jaime, you touched on some of those things at the very beginning. So looking at the different modifiable lifestyle factors that might reduce someone's risk of getting dementia. So preventative research can be kind of tough because a lot of the research that needs to be done in order to show prevention is longitudinal. And so you need to follow people for years in order to determine if there are certain factors that are reducing their risk of Alzheimer's disease. I could go on, but I will leave it just in an effort to. Yeah.
I will say that we did put a link into the Lancet report released in 2020 that talks quite a bit about risk reduction and prevention. If someone wants to take a look at that, I will say that it is a bit thick reading, but it is good. Yeah.
And Melanie Olive Bryanton, who also asked a question above here, is one of the other leaders of the Healthy Aging Research group that I'm in. So she really is sort of the brains behind the operation and has done a lot of the work in bringing all of us together. But you can feel free to reach out to me, Olive. I'm going to offer Melanie to reach out to you in order to learn more about the Healthy Aging Research group. Patty. Oh, sorry.
I'm going to stop it there. Patty, I see your question about genetic components for developing dementia. These actually might be a really good question for Dr. MacKay and Dr. Salabarria. I mean, you can answer it if you want to, Dr. Strong, but we're getting close to our break time. So I'll leave it to you if you want to make a comment on that question. And we'll also put that forward to our geriatric psychiatrists that are
going to Patty, I'll say that it depends on the type of dementia. I would say it depends on the type of dementia, and I'll leave it for the geriatricians and psychiatrists to fill in the rest of that.
All right. Thank you again so much, Dr. Strong and Shauna and Milann. Much appreciated, and I hope you'll stay with us. We're just going to take a bit of a 10-minute break. We're going to throw a PowerPoint up that has some information in it for you. We will come back at 10:25 sharp. And we'll be introducing Dr. MacKay and Dr. Salabarria. So again, it's really wonderful to have you all here. Thank you so much for joining us. We will be monitoring the chat pod, and you can continue to put your questions and your comments in there, and we will make sure that we get to them as well. Let me just find the chat pod again. I wanted to mention that we have Melanie here with us. She is actually the new seniors navigator for the province. And this is a new position. And I asked her if she could put her contact information in there. And which she did. So there's an email address and a phone number here or there for her. And we're excited to have this position. And Melanie, I look forward to connecting with you. I know you're really new in that role, but I'd love to chat with you. All right, thanks everyone. We'll be back soon. Hi, everyone. We're going to be getting started in just a couple of minutes. And if Dr. MacKay or Dr. Salabarria wants to just share their screen.
Hi there, I can share my screen.
Hi.
Yes.
Should I just share the screen or the actual PowerPoint? Is that better?
I usually have more success sharing the PowerPoint itself.
Okay, I'll try that. And then put it into presenter mode.
There you go.
All right.
Is that good?
That looks perfect.
Okay.
Turn it over to Laura for an introduction.
Thank you, Jaime. I hope you're enjoying the conference so far. At this time, I'm thrilled to introduce our next speakers of the day, Dr. MacKay and Dr. Salabarria. Dr. Katriena MacKay is originally from Fredericton, New Brunswick. She went to Memorial University for her MD training and also completed a Master's of Public Health there. She completed postgraduate training in family medicine, followed by a year of specialized training in care of the elderly geriatrics at Dalhousie University in Halifax, Nova Scotia. Dr. MacKay now lives with her husband, Dan, and her 2-year-old son, Noah, in a historic home in Summerside that has kept them busy with renovations since moving to PEI a year and a half ago. Dr. MacKay is also a member of the Seniors Advisory Committee in Summerside. Dr. Javiar Salabarria, MD, FRCPC, completed his education at New York University School of Medicine. He then went on to complete his psychiatry residency at Harvard University and MGH McLean Hospital. From there, he completed his geriatric psychiatry fellowship at Yale University. Dr. Salabarria has been practicing for 20 years, with most of his career primarily in geriatric psychiatry and administrative positions. He has lived in PEI for 4 years and worked with the Seniors Mental Health Resource Team in Queens and Kings County and the Acute Geriatric Psychiatry Unit at Hillsborough Hospital. He is the Provincial Medical Director for the Mental Health and Addictions, and he is married with a child who's about to graduate from university. He enjoys hiking, trains, real and toys, planes, and reading history. We do invite you to place your questions for Dr. MacKay and Dr. Salabarria in the chat box as they are presenting, which again is at the bottom of your screen. And Jaime and I will read the questions to Dr. MacKay and Dr. Salabarria as time allows once they complete the presentation. Please join me in welcoming Dr. MacKay and Dr. Salabarria.
Thank you very much, everyone. This is Dr. Salabarria, and thank you all for coming to the conference. And I just want to say one thing. It looks like in the previous screen, it looked like there are about 100 people attending. And I just find it interesting being in a Zoom conference with so many folks. I'm more used to doing this in person, but thank you for coming. It's a sign of the times, and I look forward to having a discussion, which is going to be hopefully fairly free-flowing. And I'll move it over to Dr. MacKay so she can say hello as well.
Yeah, nice to see everyone, I guess, virtually. I know we were hoping to be able to do this in person, and that's definitely all of our preferences as well. But we're so happy to at least be able to speak with you kind of virtually in person, and hopefully we'll be able to answer some of your questions and provide some information about the services that we offer to support patients living with dementia and their families.
Excellent. Very good. So the first slide here is the entire slideshow, by the way, is only about 10 slides, or 11 slides, about a dozen or so. And Dr. MacKay and I will be bouncing back and forth and interrupting each other to try to kind of get some points in. And again, I just going to try to make this as free flowing as possible in light of the situation that we're in. So I think the first point I want to make is that having a diagnosis of dementia or having a loved one who has a diagnosis of dementia is obviously very it's a fairly significant diagnosis, but I want you to all know that you're not alone, and we have multiple supports here on the island and throughout the country and throughout the world, really, for that matter. And just a very quick overview on the medical side of things. Family physicians, geriatricians, geriatric psychiatrists, that's me, neurologists, psychologists. We just heard from Dr. Strong and her PsyD students. So all these specialties that are listed there are available here on the island. Non-medical, community mental health services, Alzheimer's Society. They have numerous available resources for everybody. And I have a little list there: First Link, Minds in Motion, companion services, brain fitness. I mean, there's really a lot. And if you simply go to the Alzheimer's Society website, there's a plethora of information there that is extremely useful. And then I actually think most importantly, aside from the medical and the community-based organizations, personally, I think that we're all blessed to be on PEI, where pre-COVID or with COVID, and hopefully soon without COVID, we can get back to our daily lives here. And there's an enormous amount of things here on the island that are helpful and improve quality of life and exercise the brain and the soul. So there's music, we have beaches. Can't say enough about the Confederation Trail. You can just literally walk to your heart's content and not be worried about getting run over by a car. Kitchen parties, neighbors, family. I think the most important thing is that no matter what, you have to live your life, and you have to, enjoy, the day, no matter what. Next slide. So in terms of, what to do if you suspect a diagnosis or if you have a diagnosis, I think it's extremely important that you get early support and knowledge. The earlier we recognize this issue, the better off everyone will be. And I live by the mantra that it is never too late to start living a healthy life and to exercise your body and your brain. Once you suspect, once you are diagnosed, if it comes to that, it is still not too late. The changes in daily life and changes in habits can make a very, very important impact in terms of improving and or slowing down the progression, if that's the case. So tapping into the resources that I mentioned in the previous slides, staying active, all these things, and enjoying yourself reduce stress. And the less stress you have, that actually just in general for all of us, dementia or not, improves quality of life. Next slide. So,
Yeah,
go ahead, yeah.
Sorry. Now we've jumped in, cut each other off.
No, go ahead. No, go ahead.
Yeah, so kind of building on what Dr. Salabarria said, so the importance of early diagnosis is one of the themes we wanted to talk about. I often have a lot of patients, I think, maybe avoid wanting to have their cognition assessed, or I've had a couple of patients tell me, well, what's the point, because there isn't a cure. And it's true, like we talked about, we don't have medications that offer a cure for dementia, but that does not mean that there are not things you can't do that are important and will improve quality of life, will improve health of life for you and everyone around you. So I just wanted to talk about a few of the other things that we do for patients with cognitive problems that can be helpful. So you know the kinds of supports and investigations and treatments that we offer. So the first thing I would say is cognitive symptoms should be assessed because they may not be dementia. This doesn't happen that often, but there are times when I have patients who present with cognitive symptoms. A lot of people think an older person has memory problems, they automatically have dementia, and that is not always the case. So that is kind of one really important reason to present for an assessment. There are lots of other things that can lead to memory symptoms. And the first thing we do when we see somebody with cognitive problems is we make sure that none of those other things are contributing to cognition. Dementia is something called a diagnosis of exclusion. That means you have to exclude everything else contributing to cognitive changes before you can diagnose it. So those kinds of things could be medical problems like low vitamin B12, thyroid problems. Those things could be medication contributions. Lots of older patients are on a lot of medications. Some of them aren't appropriate anymore, and some of them are known to have bad cognitive impacts. So we do all of those investigations. Sometimes this can include ordering a head CT if we think that a stroke or other brain changes may be contributing to cognition that are not dementia. So that, I would say, is the first thing why it's important to get assessed. And then if you are diagnosed with dementia, making sure you reach out to supports like the Alzheimer's Society. Important for the person with dementia, and especially important for their caregivers. Caregivers who are informed about what dementia means, what kinds of symptoms they can expect, and how they can expect the disease to progress, have a higher quality of life, and so does their loved one with dementia. There are some grants available that can be supportive for seniors wanting to try and live at home. There's the Seniors Independence Initiative, which can provide support for things like housekeeping, snow clearing, lawn cutting, Meals on Wheels. And then there's also a grant available for home renovations. These grants aren't just for seniors with dementia, they're for any senior who would meet the criteria based on their income. And then, of course, like Dr. Salabarria said, physical activity, social connection, eating well, all remain really important. In fact, physical activity especially is as beneficial for cognitive symptoms from dementia as the medications themselves often. So physical activity is really important. Just even trying to find ways to walk a few times a week, including in the winter time. So using indoor tracks, that kind of thing, even up and down the hallway of your apartment building can make a big difference. And then we've already talked about them a little bit, but there are some medications that can be used to help treat the symptoms of dementia. They don't slow progression, as already mentioned, but they can really improve cognitive symptoms and improve function. And they can delay or even prevent admission to higher care facilities like long-term care, which is important for a lot of patients because a lot of patients want to try and be staying at home. If you're diagnosed with dementia, it's an important time to make sure all of your advanced care planning is up to date. That includes will, healthcare proxy, and power of attorney. Really, everyone should have these in place, but I find a lot of patients just have a will, especially if it was done a long time ago. I myself just got all of these documents done because I had been preaching it to my patients for a very long time to make sure it's done. And I put a star beside power of attorney because that's an especially important document. I'll put a link into the chat, but the Community Legal Services Association and PEI actually has a power of attorney kit that you can purchase online for $20. It gets mailed to you. And that would count as that document because I know the cost of seeing a lawyer is expensive for some patients. The power of attorney is especially important because there isn't a backup hierarchy in place like there is with a healthcare proxy. A healthcare proxy has an automatic hierarchy. So if you haven't designated someone to make your healthcare decisions for you, it follows a hierarchy. Your spouse, your children, etc. But that is not in place for power of attorney, which is for financial decisions. So it's really important. And then safety, we can make sure everything's as safe as possible. We look at falls and fracture prevention. We make sure if your bones aren't very strong and you may have osteoporosis, that you're treated for that. So your risk of getting a hip fracture is reduced and other fractures. If there's concerns about fires due to the stove being left on or wandering, there are tools we have that we can help manage some of those symptoms at home. There are automatic stove shutoffs that can be applied to the stove. There are alarms that can be added to fridges. So if the fridge door is left open, the alarm goes off. And there are lifeline bracelets that can help have something for patients to push if they fall down, but also some of them have GPS linkage. So which can be linked to a loved one's cell phone device. So there are lots of things we can do to minimize risk. And then driving, anytime I diagnose somebody with dementia, I tell them that it's not a question of if, but there will be a point in the future when they need to retire from driving. Lots of patients with mild stage dementia can still drive safely, but we monitor them closely with regular assessments. And then as Dr. Salabarria is going to talk about a bit more, medication review is very important, especially making sure medications that can have a bad impact on the brain are reduced or minimized as much as possible.
So, like Dr. MacKay said, the early diagnosis is extremely important for that whole list of very important things there. I just like to add that the collaborative approach with family physicians, geriatricians, geriatric psychiatrists, or just psychiatry in general, and therapists and psychologists is very important as well. So we work as a collaborative team as best we can. So for the mental health side of things, we do have resources here. As stressed again, early diagnosis is very important. We have a lot of resources here on the island. I mentioned UPEI again because under the leadership of Dr. Strong and the PsyD students, they are now completing psychological evaluations for us when ordered. And I say here that they're the gold standard, and I think that's very true for early diagnosis, for when someone believes that they're having some troubles and they're just not right and it's subtle. The neuropsychological testing services provided really do provide excellent answers. As the illness progresses, it becomes much more obvious, and that's not as important, but certainly we do have that available here. And then again, assuring that all the medical issues are well treated and taken care of. As Dr. MacKay mentioned, there are many medical issues and medications that might cause some transient confusion, poor concentration. You think you might have memory problems, but it's actually something else. And that's where that collaborative approach really makes a big difference. And the highest risk factor for cognitive deficits for dementia is actually high blood pressure, diabetes, these high cholesterol. These are the things that basically cause strokes, and a large percentage of dementias are vascular dementia. So making sure that all those medical things are well controlled is imperative before and after. And then on the psychiatric side of things, making sure that anxiety and depression are appropriately treated. If someone has depression and anxiety, before diagnosis of dementia, then, keeping those well treated is extremely important. And if you've never had depression and anxiety before dementia itself, a large percentage of folks will actually develop these symptoms. So the treatment of those appropriately with appropriate medications by a psychiatrist or family physician really improves day-to-day quality of life, and again reduces stress, like I mentioned before. And then the medications, I can't stress how important it is to make sure that you're minimizing medications and over-the-counter supplements that can be detrimental. And the pharmacist, your family doc, the geriatrician, myself, we can kind of work together to make sure that only take what is necessary, because many, as I like to say, medications and supplements, none of them are free lunch. I mean, everything that you put into yourself has a side effect of some sort. We just have to minimize them and make sure that it's not making things worse. Next slide. So The Seniors Mental Health Resource Team, I think is important to spend a few minutes talking about that. It is an island-wide teams of nurses, OT, psychiatrists, and we work collaboratively with geriatricians, family physicians, and most importantly with the families and the patient, obviously. And we will, we will come do house visits, home visits, nursing home visits, community care visits. We'll meet you at Tim's. We'll go anywhere or at the office. And we're there to really provide that support and treatment. Just so you guys know, I'm in the Seniors Mental Health Team here in Queens County and Kings County, mostly in Queens County, and we have collaborative rounds with geriatrics every couple of weeks. So what do we do? I assess individuals. Many of my patients have dementia, but not all. And we provide the support. We do therapy. The excellent nurses, will provide therapy and assistance and education. Like I said, at home, in the office, in the car, at the beach, it doesn't matter. And just a quick shout out to Dr. Tanya Gallant, who is associated with the Seniors Mental Health Team in Prince County, so out in the Summerside area. So she's one of my colleagues. So as I said, we provide therapy, coordinate referrals. We are really a resource of information and guidance to the individuals and the families. And we treat depression, anxiety, and dementia. I'll just mention just kind of briefly, there are medications available for the cognitive deficits. I prescribe them, family physicians prescribe them, geriatricians prescribe them. They are not the answer, but they can be very helpful, and the earlier the better. I prescribe medications for depression and anxiety. Very important to do that. As the dementia progresses, there might be some behavioral issues. There might be some psychosis that emerges because of the dementia. There are medications that can be helpful for that as well. And that is where the psychiatrist often plays a very important role in the collaborative team approach of treatment. And that is my specialty, and that is what I do. These medications help, but they're not the be all and end all. And my last sentence on this slide is I do a lot of prescribing. That's what I get paid for, but I also get paid for taking people off of medications. That is really important as well. And sometimes, decreasing a dose or eliminating a medication makes a huge difference. I mean, medications are prescribed with very good intentions, but sometimes they overstay their welcome. Next slide.
Yeah, so now I just have a bit of a slide about what geriatricians do. So first, to let you know, in PEI, we have 4 geriatricians working in the province. Myself, Dr. Carmichael, Dr. Stultz, and Dr. Nguyen. And we also have a team of nurse practitioners who work with us. And we also work very closely with the home care team. So what do? We provide assessments and support in all settings, like Dr. Salabarria said. We do typical office visits, but also especially if it's challenging for patients to get out, or if it would be helpful for us to see their home environment, we do home visits. If they live in community care or long-term care, we go there. Sometimes patients of ours get admitted to hospital, or sometimes there are patients in hospital who would benefit from a geriatric assessment. So we see patients in hospital, all of the hospitals in PEI, not just in Summerside and Charlottetown. And then often do follow-up phone calls with patients or with their caregivers to help provide support and information. So the types of issues we typically assess as geriatricians, probably the most common one is a memory assessment to see if somebody may or may not meet criteria for dementia, or if there's anything we can do to help minimize cognitive symptoms they may be having. Sometimes we see patients who have a lot of physical problems and are falling a lot. So we'll assess them to see if there's anything that may be contributing to the falls or anything we can help do to minimize the falls. We work, like I said, very closely with home care, and home care has OTs and PTs who work with them and can do home safety assessments to try and help minimize falls risk. And then, as we've already talked about a lot, we do medication reviews. You've probably heard the term polypharmacy. Polypharmacy means that somebody is on a lot of medications, and especially a lot of medications that may no longer be appropriate for them. So a big thing that I often do is I go through some of these medication lists and I make sure every medication they're on is matched with a medical diagnosis they have, because I find sometimes patients are on medications that they've been on for years, but the reason they were put on the medication no longer applies. And then sometimes that medication is leading to unintended and unwanted and unhelpful side effects. So we do those medication reviews. You've also heard us talk about the importance of treating things like high blood pressure and diabetes to try and minimize cognitive symptoms, and that is true. It's also a balance for us, because once somebody is diagnosed with dementia or is considered to be more frail, you also don't want to overtreat those conditions, because frail or older patients become more vulnerable to the side effects of the medication for multiple reasons. And so you may sometimes see us telling patients with high blood pressure or diabetes to not worry so much about the strict guidelines they were told to adhere to for most of their life, because we're more worried about the side effects of low blood pressure or the side effects of low sugars. So those are the kinds of things we do. We also make sure we focus on a geriatric review of symptoms. So those are things that are really important for quality of life, that often aren't thought of as more medical issues, but really contribute to how somebody is doing and how they're feeling. That would involve things like sleep, risk of falls, like we already talked about. If you have any problems with your bladder, if you have any problems with your bowel, how is your hearing? How is your vision? We know that poor hearing and poor vision are a risk factor for falls and other problems. Is your pain well controlled? Are all of your immunizations up to date, including now COVID immunizations and boosters? So we focus on all of those things and make sure that those are up to date. We do advanced care planning related to very frail patients, so help patients and their families navigate through what kinds of interventions and what kinds of procedures and things they would want done based on how many other medical problems they have and their goals and their wishes. And then we try and provide support for the patient and their support system, which are their caregivers, through as many ways possible. Like I said before, we work with an interdisciplinary team. So we work with geriatric psychiatrists and the seniors mental health team. We work with nurse practitioners. We work with the team through home care, which includes social workers, occupational therapists, physiotherapists, and nurses and LPNs and personal support workers. I think you might hear about this a bit later, but through home care, we have a program called the Coach Program, which geriatricians help coordinate, but it's run primarily by our geriatric nurse practitioners. That stands for caring for older adults in community and at home. And the goal of that is to try and keep older patients who want to stay at home or in community care in those settings, especially those who are the most frail and have the most medical problems. Often those are dementia patients who may have behavioral symptoms. And then, of course, we work very closely with the wonderful Alzheimer's Society, who's put on this presentation. We also try and work as advocates for seniors. I think at the beginning it was mentioned I'm on the Summerside Seniors Advisory Committee, so try and advocate for community changes that would be helpful for seniors. And this can be as broad as things like making sure there are public bathrooms available so people feel like they're able to have easy access to an accessible bathroom when they're outside in public spaces, and making sure that crosswalk lights have enough adequate time for seniors to be able to cross them if they're walking a bit slower with a walker, those kinds of things. Dr. Carmichael is our medical director of the program and is the co-chair of the Seniors Health Services Plan. And then we also try and advocate in general for grants to support seniors in different environments and different settings. And I think I already mentioned the Seniors Independence Initiative and the Senior Safe at Home grant. Ultimately, our goal as geriatricians is to try and keep seniors at home if this is their goal, and to improve their overall quality of life. And this is how we try and do it. And then,
Go
go
ahead.
ahead.
No, go ahead.
There you go.
Okay, my turn again. So this slide here is really about caregiver support, and it is essential that caregivers take care of themselves first. I like to give the example of, if you've ever been on an airplane and right before you take off, they do the little safety thingamajig, and they always say, put your oxygen mask on first before you put it on your kid, right? You take care of yourself first. It's the same idea here. This is a journey that affects everybody, and the caregiver, the spouse, the brother, the sister, the loving family member, they need to have enormous amount of information and education. So there's online resources like the Alzheimer's Society has, that's alzheimers.ca. Or if you want to go south of the border, just flip it over to .com, and Alzheimer's Association of the US has a lot of information as well. Excellent information there. There's support groups for caregivers through UPEI and Dr. Strong. She mentioned some of that. And for the caregivers, maintaining a healthy lifestyle, and for the individual as well. You do what you enjoy doing, and you keep doing those things. And I say that for the individuals, the patients, the individual who's diagnosed, and for the family. Keep doing what you enjoy doing. It's nothing has really changed in terms of who you are and what you like. So it's important to really live your lives so that you can get the best quality for as long as possible. So my conclusions is that in terms of diagnosis, the earlier the better. There are many, many folks here on the island whose careers are dedicated to seniors' health. We are doing this because we're passionate about it. No one is forcing us to do it. I chose this specialty. Dr. MacKay chose this specialty because this is what we like to do. And this is what we enjoy, and it's our passion. So take advantage of that. Also like to say that there's support. You're not alone. We have numerous slides that show, what's available here on the island. You don't need to leave the island. You don't have to cross the bridge. You don't have to, self-isolate when you come back, because you don't have to leave. We have the resources here on the island, so take advantage of them. Quick word about medications. We can talk about them in the questions. They're out there, they exist. They're very helpful. But in my opinion, I think everything else is even more important. And then my last comment is, like I said before, you live your life, continue to do what you like to do. And in my mind, that's the best medicine that money can buy.
Thank you, Dr. MacKay and Dr. Salabarria. We'll now open the floor up for questions, and I see questions are already coming in, but if you haven't done so already, please place your questions in the chat box found at the bottom of your screen, and Jaime and I will read them as time allows. I'll invite Jaime to come back on now as she has a few things to share.
Perfect, thank you. Yes, thank you so much. It's really wonderful to meet both of you and to learn more about the work that you're doing and how that work interacts. There were some questions in the chat pod from earlier that I thought can come forward to both of you.
Sure.
So I have just a few that I'll go through while people are posting up their new questions. There was a question about research into prevention, and I did share some about risk reduction and prevention in my presentation. But if you'd like to speak to anything about prevention and risk reduction. That's great. And the other one is sort of related in that someone was looking for more information about what the predominant genetic component was, or maybe just a word or two about the difference between a genetic onset versus the others.
Okay. Maybe I'll start with that one. The vast majority of dementias are not genetic, they're not genetically linked. There's a small subset that are, especially like the early onset being defined by less than age 65 is an arbitrary number, but nonetheless. But the vast majority of dementias are not genetically linked. It's just really a small number. And there's a whole multitude of different dementias, very, very complicated. There's a whole bunch of them, but there's two big baskets in my mind. There's vascular and there's Alzheimer's disease, and different flavors of that. But nonetheless, those two baskets are the vast majority. And of those, you can roughly say, kind of half or whatever are vascular. So in terms of prevention, statistically speaking, your best prevention in my mind is healthy lifestyle, appropriate weight, maintaining blood pressure, avoiding diabetes if you can, but if you have it, keeping it well controlled, and avoid bonking your head, falling and that kind of thing. I mean, that in my mind is really where most money is in terms of prevention. Anything else you want to say, Dr. MacKay, or you can disagree with me if you like.
Completely disagree. No, yeah, I would agree with that for sure. I mean, if you have somebody in your family who had Alzheimer's, you are at an increased risk of developing Alzheimer's, but that doesn't necessarily mean that it's genetically linked. So just so that makes sense, because I know some people have asked me that before. And then, yeah, all of the healthy lifestyle factors are really important. Not so much for I mean, there have been some studies that have shown that if you're on a lot of medications that are bad for your cognition, like some common examples that people will often think of are medications used to treat like overactive bladder, that are a lot of older medications. Sometimes if you're on a very high burden of types of medications that are bad for your brain, there's some evidence to suggest it can, again, increase your risk of having more cognitive problems like dementia. So it's important, like we talked about, to have your medications regularly assessed. Your family doctor can do that. Pharmacists are an excellent resource. So don't forget about your pharmacist and just say, I've been on all these pills for a long time. Could you help go through them with me? Are some of them need to be flagged to be reassessed, or some of them not helping me anymore? And then the other thing is, if you're having cognitive symptoms, not necessarily dementia, but ways to minimize the cognitive symptoms, or just treating all those other things we talked about. If your B12 is low, that could be contributing. Right. And then some people have, if your hearing's really bad, it can seem like your memory problems are worse than they are. So making sure your hearing is assessed and treated if possible, I would say. Not necessarily prevention, but minimizing cognitive symptoms.
Yeah, and just to add, I saw one of the questions in the chat. I know I'm skipping forward, but what medications, I think it kind of just slid out here. What medications would you like to avoid, or should we avoid? I want to make sure I answer that, because I've been in Canada for 4 years, and frankly, I've never seen as much Gravol in my life as I've seen since I got here on PEI. So, over the counter Gravol, not good for your mind and not good for your brain. These are classes of medications that we call anticholinergic or antihistaminic, very technical terms, but they're available, over the counter, and we really should avoid them. Gravol is one. If you take one take-home message today, don't use Gravol. And then Benadryl is another one, so diphenhydramine. And that one's hidden in a lot of over-the-counter medications. So for example, if you buy anything like Tylenol PM, Advil PM, that PM is often Benadryl, because it's basically an antihistamine. It makes people sleepy, but it's terrible for your cognition and your brain. It causes confusion, delirium, falls. Just stay away from it. That's my medication editorial comment. In terms of prescribed medications, in general, we try to avoid benzodiazepines. We try to avoid, a lot of anticholinergic medicines. Sometimes they're necessary. It doesn't mean you can't be on them, but that's the importance of having a frequent, appropriate evaluation with pharmacy and your physician and your specialist to kind of weigh the benefits and the risks of the prescribed ones.
Yeah. Thanks for mentioning over-the-counter medications. I didn't touch on that. It's so important. I feel like a lot of patients think, oh, it's sold over the counter, it can't be dangerous. But some of them really, really are, especially those medications. And just to really check the ingredients on, like you said, your over-the-counter, like some of the cold and sinus PM ones can have sedating agents in them. And also to always assess, if you're taking Gravol to try and help nausea and it's not helping your nausea, then stop taking it. Because I find a lot of people feel like they need to keep taking it, but really it's all about managing symptoms in those cases. The other major one, sleeping pills, which are not beneficial for sleep in the long term. They seem to help short term, but they just lead to increased kind of basically addiction to the medications and increased need for more sleeping pills, which will lead to more cognitive problems.
Yeah.
I also, the information with the med reviews are so critical. I think people end up on medication for a very long time and sometimes they don't really know why they're taking it. And maybe the physician hasn't even really looked at it. That we hear about this all the time. In terms of the medications, I also understand that you need to be mindful of medications that can affect balance or create dizziness, because when you have falls, again, head injury is extremely bad for our brain, and it can really worsen symptoms of dementia if a diagnosis is already present if somebody has a fall. We have just a few more minutes. There's a number of questions in the chat pod. There's a couple from before that I want to pull out. There was a question about diagnosing atypical dementia and how there's this sense or this feeling that here it's primarily being Alzheimer's or just a blanket diagnosis of dementia. And maybe you could say a couple of words about, how complex the diagnosis process is, in particular for an atypical dementia when you're involving brain imaging and possibly multiple specialists. Do you want to speak a little bit to that about the frequency of an atypical dementia and the difference between an Alzheimer diagnosis and, let's say, a Lewy body or a frontotemporal or Parkinson's dementia?
Sure, I can take that one.
Okay.
So Alzheimer's, Alzheimer's and vascular dementias are the most common. But when we're seeing people to assess them, basically the way we kind of help differentiate those different atypical dementias is they have certain hallmark other features, maybe not related to cognition, that may be noticeable. So patients with Lewy body most of them look like they're Parkinson's patients because they kind of walk like they have Parkinson's disease. They may have specific sleep disorders. So we screen for all of those other findings. And the way you basically differentiate it is by which cognitive symptom started first, because in patients with Alzheimer's, the earliest cognitive symptom is usually short-term memory loss, which is why people hear short-term memory problems and say dementia immediately. But patients who have Lewy body dementia, their earliest symptom may not be memory loss. It may be problems with attention or problems with visual spatial functioning. Those with frontotemporal dementia, the earliest symptom is often personality change, nothing to do with memory at all. So that's kind of how we make the differentiation between those different diagnoses. And people ask me this all the time, the difference between dementia and Alzheimer's. Dementia is a blanket category, like an umbrella term for any cognitive symptom, and that could include personality changes, attention problems, visual problems, and memory problems that affect your function. So that means they're bad enough to affect your ability to do the tasks day to day that you used to be able to do. So patients' families always say, what should I look for? I say you should look for memory problems that affect function. So if somebody just has some short-term memory problems, but their function isn't bad, so they still remember to take their pills, they're still cooking as they used to, they're still driving as they used to with no problems, managing finances, I don't worry about it, and we don't call that dementia. But when it starts impacting your function, that's when we start to get more concerned about dementia. So just to kind of, for caregivers, those are things to look for.
One of the things we do through the Alzheimer's Society is we help people to understand the services that are available and how to navigate those services. So for instance, if someone is concerned about memory loss, they might call us and say, well, how do I get a diagnosis? There is a question in the chat box, and I'm wondering if you could maybe just share a little bit about accessing some of these services, like how a person would access the senior mental health team. And in particular, there's a question about the issue that around, I believe the number they used was 150,000 islanders without a primary care provider. I don't know if that's number is accurate, but if somebody doesn't have a primary care provider, if they're not connected with a nurse practitioner, what is the best way for them to access diagnostic services? What would be the best way for somebody that might be having behavioral and psychological symptoms emerging to access the senior mental health team or a geriatric psychiatrist?
That's a good question. I mean, it does get a little complicated, but I'll try to simplify it. A referral to the geriatric psychiatrist or to a psychiatrist, does require a referral. However, that can be done in a multitude of ways. The referral for seniors mental health team, that can be a self-referral or referral from some other agency. And then that's the ticket in basically to get referred to me as an example. So it's not necessarily 100% linked to, to having a family physician. I don't know the exact number, but it's somewhere in the range of 15 to 20,000, let's say, that do not have a family physician, somewhere in that, don't quote me. So those, but even those folks, it is possible to do a self-referral for counseling, either through community mental health or through the seniors team, in which case then it gets channeled to me if necessary. So there are ways of doing it even without a family doc. Walk-in clinics, they can refer. So definitely there are ways of doing it. And obviously just contacting 211 kind of information centers or the society, or just community mental health, the psychiatry department. We can certainly guide the individual to the appropriate person if the number that they happen to call is not the right one, but it's not their fault, right? But as soon as you get a human being, we'll be able to guide you to the right place. I hope that helps. I mean, I know it's a little convoluted, but it's there's definitely ways of being referred even if you don't have a family doc. The easiest way is obviously through a family physician.
Yeah. So, I mean, I think specialists in general are noticing, our system is struggling with lack of primary care physicians, and this is kind of a symptom of a broken system. But there are ways. So yes, we require a referral from a physician or an NP. Sometimes we get referrals from patients. It doesn't have to be from their primary care doctor if they don't have one, however. So sometimes we get referrals from emergency room physicians who see patients and think they would benefit from a geriatric assessment. Sometimes we get referrals from walk-in physicians who think somebody would benefit, or sometimes that's the reason that somebody has gone into a walk-in clinic specifically to get a referral. So that can be done. Unfortunately, that is the only option available to a lot of people because of not having access to a family doctor. And then sometimes we get referrals from other specialists too, who have been following patients for a while and noticed geriatric issues emerging. So it doesn't have to be their primary care physician or NP if they don't have one. There are kind of ways to work around that, but it's frustrating for sure and challenging. So that would be my best advice. Have to maybe go to a walk-in clinic.
Right. And just to clarify, with the seniors mental health team, with my practice, I do see patients, for a one-time consultation, but that's fairly rare, actually. Usually when I see an individual, I will follow them for a period of time, sometimes for a long time, sometimes for a short time, but it's not just, necessarily a one visit, unless they want it to be.
I just wanted to thank you again both for being here. We could probably ask and hear answers for questions for another hour. We are at time. I'm mindful that we'd like to be sure to respect people's time and end at 12:30 today. So we have to move on. There's a few additional questions in the chat pod. And if either of you want to respond to those questions there, people can see the answers. And again, just thank you so very much for presenting today. I'm going to turn things back over to Laura.
Okay. Thank you very much.
Perfect. Thank you, Jaime. And thank you again, Dr. MacKay and Dr. Salabarria, for sharing this incredibly valuable information with us today. It is now my pleasure and honor to introduce our next speakers of the day, Pat Poirier and Patty Bourne. Pat Poirier is a family care partner to her husband, Al. Al was diagnosed with Alzheimer's disease in 2020. This is Pat and Al's experience.
Thank you. Hopefully what I say will help you as a caregiver. This is a learning experience for all of us. First of all, let me tell you a little bit about my husband, Al. He's the 9th child in a family of 11, born and raised in Summerside. After graduating from high school, he joined the Air Force. He had been in Air Cadets. During his 10 years in the service, he became well acquainted with computers, which was his career on City Street. He saw the transition from mainframe to personal desktop computers. He managed a Canadian team at one time that traveled worldwide installing, troubleshooting, etc. before retiring. We have 2 daughters, a wonderful son-in-law, and 2 grandchildren who are young adults, but none of them live on the island. We retired to Summerside over 20 years ago with our main project to remodel Al's family home. That was the labor of love. We retired to a seniors development just a few years ago. It's less work for everyone, no cutting grass, no shoveling snow, especially this winter. During retirement, Al has been active in the 200 Wing, the Air Force Association of Canada here in Summerside. He spent a term as president of the wing. He and his friend Bob were instrumental in procuring funds to get the Air Force Heritage Park established. We noticed a slow decline in Al's memory about 6 years ago. 2.5 years ago, we connected with the geriatric clinic, As a result, there was showing some signs of Alzheimer. The clinic has regular follow-ups with us, and you're free to call the clinic whenever you do need assistance. This is just a little background for you and how you can maintain your relationship with the person with dementia. Through talking and others and reading, I've gained knowledge and to help me maintain our relationship. Structure to the day in my mind is the most important component. Being sure his clothes are ready and he knows where they are and available. Reminding about his glasses when he does need that or his hearing aids. And also giving him the chance to have a choice of what he might wear. Having meals at regular times. And when possible, getting Al to prepare or help with them. He loved cooking as a relaxation when he was working after a stressful day. Choices here, I think, are important as well. Gives Al a sense that he's still in control of things, although sometimes he can't remember everything. Usually in the afternoons, we go for a drive. Most times, it's somewhere that's familiar to Al. He loves to drive to Rustico because his mom was from there, and he remembers going with her and driving and the stories she would tell on their drive. We go out to the Heritage Park because there was a new plane there, and he's pleased to talk about the planes and to see about them and remember different things that went on during the time of the construction of the park. Also, we try to arrange dinners, coffee time with friends and family so that he has his interest with those and he's known them for a long time. That's not so easy right now with all the shutdowns, but we still do stay connected with everyone by phone. And also the members of our generation of Al's family make a small bubble when that's possible, when we can do that. We watch programs on TV together and discuss them. Al knows all about airplanes and he'll talk forever about them. So an airplane show, which there seem to be many of them on TV, certainly is a way for him to let you know what he knows and what his interests are. His grandchildren, when they visit, are very good about doing this. We have Zoom calls with our family regularly, and sometimes our friends join in. And this he really enjoys because he can see where the people are. Some of them have moved since we have visited them, and he knows what they're doing. And it just brightens his day so much to be able to see this and to do this with us. I'd like to share with you a little bit about my experiences on this journey with different associations and support groups. I mentioned reading and talking with others and maintaining our relationships. The Alzheimer's Society has been wonderful since the first time that I contacted them to send information, to discuss with you things that are on your mind, and to try to help you understand what's happening and to anticipate what might come in the future. Everyone is different, but I felt better prepared and worried less having this knowledge and someone to turn to. How lucky we are now to have a site in Summerside and one in O'Leary. I really feel that this is a project that should let the government receive a big pat on the back. The Alzheimer's support group on Zoom has been really helpful, as it's very different reading about someone and their experiences and actually seeing them and see their facial expressions and how they reacted when certain things happened with the person that they're caring for. And you know you're not alone, which is so important. Those things make such a big difference. One of our daughters is very impressed with the way the Alzheimer's Society always keeps in touch with us to see how things are going. And they regularly call or initiate contact, even if I don't. I'm very fortunate in one aspect that I've had a friend that I've known for a long time whose brother-in-law had Alzheimer's. And she is a very valuable source to me and a very understanding listener. And those listeners are very important. Also, I feel fortunate that home care has provided me with 3 hours every week to be able to go out to do all those things that you can't do in 5 or 10 minutes when someone's waiting for you in the car. I initiated the call to home care, and I was very surprised how quickly and that everything just fell right into place. These caregivers are wonderful people, and they know how to relate with my husband, and they know what to do to bring out the best in him. I think it's important too that you maintain outside interests, because you do have to have something else to think about all the time. And support and encouragement sometimes comes from places you would least expect it. We usually on our drive get a coffee at Samuel's drive-through. The staff there now know Al and myself, and they always ask Al about what's happening, what's he doing the rest of the day. And he really enjoys that. And it makes it so pleasant for the both of us. Sometimes as we drive up, he'll say, "Hurry it up, will you?" And they sort of look at him and say, "Where are you going in such a hurry?" They sound just like one of his kids. Likewise, there's also going to be some comments from people who maybe don't understand about Alzheimer's. And you have to expect that. Sometimes it may surprise you when people ask different things or make different comments. But I think we have to look at these as opportunities to educate people and to create awareness about dementia with others. And finally, I was asked to give 3 things that I would say to someone to help them understand about being a caregiver. I think the most important thing is be flexible. Our relationship, Al and mine, has changed, and it probably changes in all marriages over the time, or any situation, not just marriages, over the time that you know a person. But I don't think other changes are perhaps as dramatic or maybe as quick as they do. When we were married 50 years ago, or when we were married for our 50th wedding anniversary, Al's sister gave us a picture frame that among the different things on it said, "Love is patient." I walk by that in the hallway 50 times a day and always look at it to remind me. There is absolutely no perfect routine, no perfect day or whatever. You just have to go with the flow and consider every day and every event as an adventure. The second thing I would say is seek support. That's not something a lot of us, especially if we're a mom or if we are in the role of a caregiver or have been before, not something we're used to doing. But you have to keep in your mind that for you and the person you're caring for to stay where they are, probably in their own home, for as long as they can and be as happy as you both can be, you do have to be not frustrated, not exhausted, and not burnt out. Everyone's going to experience times of frustration and exhaustion, but that's just normal. There should be no guilt trip along with that. The third thing I would say is look for a quick, easy way to relax. I read. You can escape to anywhere in a book. Maybe you have a hobby, knitting, painting, watching a program on TV, or calling a friend. I hope that these comments and experiences I've had have helped you and will help you with your relationship with your person that you're caring for. Take care and stay safe. Thank you.
Thank you, Pat, for sharing with us today. It certainly takes a great deal of courage to come forth and share your experience with others to help them understand what it's like living with dementia. And we're so grateful. There are some comments coming in also sharing their gratitude and how important your message is, Pat. So again, thank you. Now we will hear from Patty Bourne, who is a family care partner to her husband, Bart, who is living with mixed dementia. Bart was diagnosed in 2019. This is Patty and Bart's experience.
Hi, my name is Patty Bourne. My husband was diagnosed with dementia in 2019. His disease had been progressing for probably at least 5 years, looking back on it. So by the time he was diagnosed, our life together was getting very difficult. Bart was a pilot in the armed forces. That was his job his whole life. And when he moved to PEI, he was posted at CFB Summerside, which is how we met in 1983. He worked here for a while as a pilot, and then when he retired from the armed forces, he opened several tourist operations. And by that time we had married, and I had my own business, which I sold and went into business with Bart. So our life together for 36 years has been running our businesses together, which are seasonal in nature. So that tells you a little about what he is like and what he did for a living. He's a very, very intelligent man, very creative man. And he was unusual in the tasks that he attempted to do. For instance, before I met him, he had gone around Canada on his own free time, collecting the remnants of a World War II bomber called the Bolingbroke. He collected enough pieces so that he was able to donate them to the Air Museum in Hamilton, Ontario, where they've put together one, which they will eventually fly. So you know, that's the type of man he is. He just, nothing daunts him. And so for him to get a diagnosis of dementia was, you know, very difficult, as it is for everybody, but he had such an unusual and such a creative mind, and he was a very competent person. So his diagnosis came well after symptoms began. He had the usual type of forgetfulness rather, that we all experience at our ages. So it was easy to forgive that. But then his thinking started to be off. He lost his ability to reason properly. He was making poor choices, poor decisions having to do with the business. And I was beginning to have to disagree with him vehemently, and that led to arguments. And he was very easily angered and became very angry with me when I disagreed with him, to the point that, I mean, living together was very difficult. Running the business was horrendously difficult. Fortunately, I had always done all the financial and nitty gritty, hiring, firing, you know, taking care of the little details. He was the creative mind and took care of that end of it. So that wasn't a big deal for me, other than the fact that because I watched the finances, I was, you know, acutely aware of poor decision making on his part. So that complicated our life together. As his disease progressed, he became more argumentative, as I said. It was difficult for me because I hate controversy, and he became rather verbally abusive as well, which was very hard to live with. He eventually experienced more physical pain in his back, which he always had. He was losing balance and started falling quite a bit. He never hurt himself when he fell, but he had difficulty getting up. So while he was still able to drive and go out on his own, you know, it was always a worry, is he going to fall? He resented my hovering over him too much, you know, to prevent these things initially. So that was another problem for him. He eventually lost his license through his diagnosis and testing. Dr. Carmichael deemed him to be unfit to drive. This was very hard on him, and he ended up blaming me for that after I had to call the police a few times after he went out and took the car. So that was another big problem in our life together. And then, of course, I had to be the driver. And through this period, when he first lost his license, I was experiencing very acute nerve pain in my legs due to sciatica. And driving was excruciating for anything more than about 10 minutes. And so that, you know, that complicated things as well. So his progression through the disease continued to the point where he was more or less housebound. I could take him out, but getting him in and out of the car, you know, it took a lot of time. He eventually needed my help with dressing, with the bathroom. He started having incontinence with his urine, which complicated matters somewhat. And he couldn't really do anything for himself other than he could eat, and he could continue to go to the kitchen and, you know, get food for himself, which was good. But he started to fall more and more in the house. So that's the progression of his disease. This summer, he went for a week and a half respite stay up at Maplewood Manor. And a respite stay is a godsend for a caregiver. It gives you at home a time to be able to sleep, if nothing else, but just to get things together and have some peace. While he was there, a bed became available, and I had 2 hours one day to decide whether I wanted to accept this bed for him for long-term care. So in the end, I did. It was the worst decision of my life, the hardest. I knew it was coming down the road. I did not expect it so soon, but I did accept it. That's where he is now. And for us, that has worked out very well. I'm very happy about it, that he is content living there. He accepts it as his home. He never asked to come home. I never had to have the conversation with him about never coming home, which was something I really, I hated the thought of it. So that's how his disease progressed. He is failing now, both physically and mentally, slowly, but I know he's in good hands. The care there is excellent, and I'm glad I made that choice. So when Laura asked me to speak, I thought, well, what can I possibly have to say to help anybody? But I do want to, I thought about it, and what I thought was to share with you what I think would have been very helpful for me to know from the start, because when this started happening, I knew nothing about dementia. It certainly wasn't on my timeline of plans for retirement. And, it just hit. And by the time things were getting really bad, I had very little time to research or look into it. So what I wish I had known from the start, for starters, I was dealing with crisis to crisis to crisis as a caregiver, which became more frequent and more concentrated as the disease went on. I never took time to examine exactly what was going through my mind, as I tried to react in ways that would settle situations or, alleviate Bart's worries. My own mental state, when I look back with the diagnosis, at first I felt very relieved that there was a reason for all this upheaval in our life. That didn't last long, because then I became terrified at what was coming. And the more I learned about it, the more terrified I got. Like, how was I going to deal with it? We have no family on the island, so it was myself and friends possibly, and that was all I knew at the time. Then I decided to just accept it and kind of ignore things and go on, day by day, knowing it would get worse. But this did not last long, as the problems arose within our business and with Bart's abilities to complete things and just to, to fix things that broke, and my having to be by his side all the time and trying to bite my tongue, which didn't always work. Sometimes I lost my temper. Sometimes I offered advice which he did not appreciate, which angered him. And so, that stage didn't last long. I knew that things were going downhill. His anger increased to the point where he was also getting delusional. He imagined all kinds of things with the neighbors, that they were coming in and stealing things at night, that sort of thing that, of course, were preposterous, but he was still at a stage where he could go out the door and confront them. So, I had to more and more be at his side to try to diffuse situations. He could still use the telephone, and he would make calls one of which I was in the house, fortunately, and could hear what was being said. And he called a moving company and arranged for them to come and pack our entire house because we were moving. And it's a good thing I heard that conversation, because I was able to later call them back and tell them not to do this, that, you know, explain the situation. So, you know, as things went on, I had to kind of learn little ways to cope, one of which was to watch all phone calls that came into the house and call people back, possibly, because when he was alone, he would make phone calls and, I don't know, make plans for things that were preposterous, really. And then, you know, that together with his falling required 24/7 monitoring. And then when he started to leave the house, especially when he took the car, that became even more monitoring on my part. So, you know, I didn't know that this would happen so fast. And I didn't know the amount of anger it caused in me. I was living in just a world of anger on my part, as well as, you know, witnessing his. The other big part of it was the physical pain that this caused from doing so much work and so much physical work that I hadn't been doing before. And that became also a 24-hour thing. So, you know, I wasn't taking care of myself, and physical pain increased. The anxiety with it all increased because I wasn't sleeping. And, you know, there was just an overall loss of hope, loss of any emotional feelings, as you had to kind of shut them down because your emotional state was in ruins. So this is where I ended up, which, you know, I didn't anticipate this whatsoever, because I'm normally kind of competent at things, and I became lost. So when this all happened, I finally realized that, oh my goodness, I need help. And what I wanted to share with you today was how exactly to get help, how I found help. Help for me was very hard to ask for. I'm ridiculously independent, and I like to do things myself a lot of times, just, I don't know, because I learn new things, and, you know, so that's the way I've been. We have no family here to help us. So my first thought was, well, friends will help. And, you know, they all knew about Bart's condition. I don't have that many good friends here. And although they knew, I think I expected them to step up without being asked. And of course they didn't, because they're all busy. And plus we were going through COVID. So I felt very let down at a lot of times by them, very disappointed. And that contributed more to negative feelings on my part. So when I finally reached really bottom, I made an appointment with my doctor. And my family doctor is good in that he listens to me, but I think any doctor would, excuse me. I think they're aware of what caregivers go through, even though we're not always aware of it ourselves. So I went in really for the pain I was experiencing with the nerve pain in my legs that was causing me so much grief. But at the end, I sort of said, you know, by the way, I think I'm losing my mind. I'm having all this trouble. And what I was actually looking for from him was he had told me he could prescribe medications, but I was looking more for therapy, somebody to talk to, because I really felt I needed an outlet. So he immediately prescribed, sent me to, it's a public mental health clinic in Charlottetown that I went to. I was able to see a woman who who, she was so competent. She took out a pen and a paper, listened to me for 5 minutes and started writing a list of who I needed to contact. First on that list was the Alzheimer's Society, who I did immediately contact. The Alzheimer's Society, when I first contacted them, told me, first of all, about their meetings and sent me pamphlets and information in the mail, which were helpful, learning more about the disease. And they also told me to call anytime, which I took with a grain of salt at first. The meetings, I'm going to go into them after a minute, but this woman at the public health clinic also steered me to the Seniors Mental Health Center, which for me, I went in Summerside. It's at the back of the Prince County Hospital in the Addictions and Senior Mental Health place, which I never knew existed. I was very hesitant to go there, but I was able to see a woman who helped me immensely, just being able to unload and talk and just empty out everything was helpful, number one. But she was helpful in a number of ways in which she gave me concrete information which I didn't know about. First of all, there was the home care people, which are part of the provincial health unit. And together with her advice to call home care and Dr. Carmichael's connections with home care, we eventually got connected with them. But I want to go back to the Alzheimer's Society. I started going to their meetings. Initially, I remember going in and saying, I don't think I belong here, but I'm here, and sat there and proceeded to listen to everybody's story and what was going on in their lives. And I remember sitting there for an hour in tears. I don't know why. I just felt such, it was so much empathy for each of these people and what they were going through. Well, I wasn't thinking about what was ahead for me. I was just feeling so bad for them all. And it was just awful. And yet in a way, it was helpful listening to them. And from these people, I learned concrete strategies, a few that actually worked, but mostly it was being together with them was immensely important to me. Shortly after I started going to those meetings, they went on to Zoom, which was still good, but just not the same. From one of the Zoom meetings and from one of the members of the Alzheimer's meeting, I learned about Dr. Strong at UPEI. And I started going to her meetings, which were unique and wonderful. Dr. Strong's meetings are two-part. One was for me. I went in one room with caregivers. The other was Bart. I was able to bring Bart, and he went into another room with one of her graduate students in psychology who, held a meeting for the patients with the Alzheimer's. He loved going. It brightened his day. He was, days after, it had a wonderful effect on him. They liked him. He could still tell great stories about his past, which are unbelievable but true. And for me, being in that group, it was a different group of people from the Alzheimer's group, but it was the same sort of thing. I don't know, we create bonds with one another because we're in the same boat and we help one another, but just getting out and being with them was just so helpful. So that was an immense help to me. So now back to home care, which I knew nothing about, by the way. Home care is part of the health department here on PEI. The coordinator for the home care in Summerside, which is near where I live, came to the house. And first time he came, he wanted to come and assess our situation and meet Bart. He asked me to sign papers, which I did sign, although I wondered, why am I signing these? And what they were they were papers to put you on a list for long-term care. And, you know, I hesitated and I almost didn't sign them because I hadn't thought this through and it seemed so far in the future. But I'm glad I did, because by the time we really needed help, he was there at the top of the list and was able to get a bed. So that was a very important step to take, which I knew nothing about and didn't appreciate until I heard from people later on in the meetings who had never heard about this list. And, you know, they were progressed pretty far and would have to wait, you know. So signing that paper was something I knew nothing about. And then the home care progressed so that there were in-home visits. We had them twice a week from 1 until 4 in the afternoon. The caregiver would come in, which enabled me to leave the house by myself, which was essential for me because I was at this point running the business on my own and I had to get to the business to manage a few things, although I had very good hired help. Then together with Dr. Carmichael, there was a program called the Coach Program where Dr. Carmichael, the nurses who were part of the home care team and the social workers work in a unit with patients and, you know, assess them and work together to try to find the best thing for everybody involved. Through this, Bart was able to take part in the day program in Summerside where I could have left him from 8 to 4. I never did that long of a day, just for a few hours, but it gave me more freedom to be able to attend to what I had to do. So that was very useful and he loved it, which was surprising to me. And then the respite program where Bart was able to go to Maplewood last May. He went to Maplewood for a week for the first time. I was a wreck over it for a day or two until I realized how happy he was there. He was having a grand time. To him, it was like going to a resort. And for me, it was just a time to sleep, relax, and gather up steam. So his second respite happened in July, and it was at that time that the bed became available where he was at Maplewood in Alberton. Accepting the bed, as I said, was a hard decision, but in the end, I was glad I did. So those are the few things that I did to find help. Beyond that, I had a lot of concerns concerning finances because I had no idea how this long-term care thing would happen. I was investigating keeping him at home, which I wanted to do, which would require round-the-clock nursing. How did that work? I was investigating that. In my head, I was thinking, well, if he goes into long-term care, I'm going to lose the house. I'm going to lose our savings. How do I live? That was a big concern of mine. And I didn't have time to research these things in between taking care of Bart. So, you know, they would be on my mind at 3 a.m. in the morning. So there is very good people to discuss the financial end of things with having to do with PEI government. If you just go to their website, you can find the information, but also people can talk to you on the phone. And things were not as dire as I thought. What you pay is based on your income, and you know, there's a lot of help to be had. Another thing for us was our involvement with Veterans Affairs, because Bart was in the military, which I knew nothing about, and back up at the seniors mental health person that I saw for therapy. She turned me on to a person who works for the Legion, whose job it is to help people who are retired armed forces personnel to access help that Veterans Affairs has. And you can do it on your own. They have a website. It's a mega project to get done, but this woman at the Legion in Charlottetown, her name is Marilyn Letts. She's a saint, and she's the most competent person I think I ever met. So she was an enormous help to us for that kind of help. So the last thing I was just going to say about what I didn't know that I should have was taking care of my physical health, which came to a head really about a year ago. I lost two important members of my family. One was a cousin, like a sister to me, and one was my sister, who died suddenly. And I had, my whole life, had trouble with weight. You know, not grossly obese, but way overweight, to the point where, you know, I was active, but it caused me pain and, you know, just discomfort and feeling terrible and everything. So I took it in my hand after my sister died that, you know, everything in my life was out of control. That was one thing I could control. So I put myself on a strict regime of healthy eating and exercise, and I've just continued it to this day. And I felt better immediately, and that's what keeps me going. And I can't stress how important it is to take care of our physical health as we get older. We hear the words, but until everything's falling apart, you may not realize it until it's too late. I did read somewhere that 40% of caregivers die before the person they're taking care of. That's how hard it is to be a caregiver. And so that was another one of my impetuses to do things. So it has been a struggle. It continues to be a struggle in that I've watched my loved one deteriorate, and this beautiful, creative, amazing mind deteriorate is just heartbreaking. However, today I do live life differently than I have for many years. I have to say I have great hope for the future. I'm able to monitor Bart and remain his advocate. But I've begun to find myself again, which has been kind of fun in ways, discovering what I like to do again and being able to have the time to do some of it. I have immense gratitude for many things. One of them is my own health. One of them, you know, having a house over my head, paying bills, the sunshine every day, and being able to get outside into it. Being on PEI, I've lived here for 45 years out of my life, and have never looked back. Especially now, I find that the healthcare that Bart has received has been outstanding, excellent. His facility he's at is beautiful. The people there are kind, gentle. I can't say enough. And there's no place else I'd rather be, especially now, than Prince Edward Island. People complain about the system. I found that the system worked well for me once I realized which questions to ask and finding the right people to ask. So I hope that, you know, you can all get through that. I'm also grateful for new relationships forged through this. Although we don't see each other in person, the people I've met at the different groups that I belong to, I feel very close to. I think about them all the time. And I think, you know, we all think of each other, and we have a closeness that is different from, you know, a normal friendship, but it's still very important. I've developed a very, very close relationship with Bart's two sons who live out west, who, we had a relationship, but I didn't consider it close at all. And they've been so supportive and so kind, remain so. And, they've become a very important part of my life and mine of theirs, which, I really treasure. So there is hope in the future, and I know it's a real hard time to get through, but, I wish everybody the best. And that's about all I have to say for today.
Thank you so much for sharing your experience with us, Patty. It certainly takes a lot of strength to come forward and speak from the heart. We have many comments coming in showing gratitude, appreciation for your openness and honesty, and that you're an inspiration. So Pat and Patty, again, from the bottom of my heart, thank you so much for taking the time today to share your experience. There's such value in hearing from others who are living the dementia journey. It really provides an opportunity to reduce stigma, increase awareness and understanding, and allows others who are currently on this journey to know that they are not alone. We're so grateful for all that you do to advocate for Islanders affected by Alzheimer's disease and related dementias. I will now invite Jaime to come back on.
Thank you, Laura. And again, thank you so much to both Pat and Patty. In particular, it can be so difficult to share a personal experience like this. It's always very raw to share so openly with everyone, and yet the benefit cannot be overstated. For people to get to hear about your experience and relate to it, as well as for healthcare providers to really understand what the lived experience looks like in the home. And it really helps us know, what needs to change and how services can grow to support, even as Patty was saying, that it took her a little while to figure out who the right people were. And once she kind of got in there, it made things easier. So I guess that kind of points to that we need to make it easier for people to know who the right people are to call or to be in touch with earlier. So again, I just thank you so much for your willingness to share that with everyone. And I hope you can see some of the wonderful messages that are coming through for you in the chat pod as well. We're going to move now on to some presentations from the Alzheimer's Society of PEI team about different aspects of our programs and services. And I wanted you to have an opportunity to meet some of the new staff who are working across the island, again, in O'Leary, Summerside, and out of Montague and Murray Harbour North. As well as we'll hear from Laura again. I just want to manage expectations a little bit. We are running about 10 minutes behind schedule. We will have some presentations right after the Alzheimer's Society of PEI from Home Care about their programs and services, Hospice PEI, as well as community legal information. So we do hope you stay tuned. And we apologize that it is a little bit over time. There's just been so many wonderful presenters and so many great questions. We're happy to make space for that, and hopefully everyone can stay with us. So please join me in welcoming the Manager of Programs and Services at the Alzheimer's Society of PEI, Laura McWilliam. Laura is a registered social worker. She has been working with the Alzheimer's Societies between Saskatchewan and here for 8 years. She's incredibly passionate about this work, incredibly caring, and I know many of you have probably had conversations with her or attended her support groups. She's going to tell you a little bit more today about the Alzheimer's Society programs and services now and going forward. So welcome back again, Laura.
Thank you, Jaime. So I would like to spend some time talking about our programs and services that are available to Islanders. So First Link is one of our core programs available to help individuals living with dementia and their family care partners. It's a referral-based program where healthcare professionals can directly refer their patients to us for additional support. Research informs us that when a direct referral is completed by a healthcare professional, the average time between diagnosing and when we see an individual is reduced from 18 months to 7 months. That means that people are accessing support 11 months sooner than if they were to call on their own. So that direct referral is really, really helpful. Persons living with dementia and their family care partners are always able to refer themselves by giving us a call. Connecting to First Link means you receive one-on-one support, counseling, access to support groups, education, referral to other local health and community services, and help for planning for the future. To learn more about our First Link program, please visit the chat box for a link to our website. Medical Alert Safely Home is a program we offer in partnership with Medical Alert to offer ID bracelets for persons living with Alzheimer's disease and other dementias. Critical information and the 24-hour hotline number are engraved on the unique Medical Alert blue bracelet worn by the individual with dementia. Their info is registered into the Medical Alert database, which can then help them return home safely if they become lost. Medical Alert Safely Home works in partnership with police to help reduce the time someone is missing. For more information on Medical Alert Safely Home, please visit the chat box to the link. We also offer a volunteer companion program that my colleague Jaclyn will discuss further momentarily. And finally, we offer a dementia care training program for healthcare professionals that my colleague Shelley will discuss after I continue sharing information on our services available to support islanders impacted by dementia. We do have a province-wide care partner support group that meets twice a month via Zoom. This meeting is the first and the third Wednesday of every month from 1 to 2 p.m. And if you would like to join our support group, please give us a call or email us. We also offer individual and family counseling related to living with dementia or being a care partner. And finally, we have resources available in both electronic and paper format on many topics related to Alzheimer's disease and other dementias. For more information, please give us a call or visit our website, and you can find the link to our website in the chat box. I will now invite Jaime to come back on and introduce our next speaker of the day. Thank you, everyone, and please enjoy the rest of the conference.
Thank you, Laura. Just wanted to also let you know, right now, many of our programs are virtual. We briefly got to reopen our Charlottetown support group in person, which was wonderful for 2 meetings before Omicron sort of, we decided that we would go back to virtual for now. We are looking forward to having those support groups opening up in O'Leary and area, Summerside, as well as the Montague and Kings County area in the future. So now I would like to introduce our next speaker. Shelley King is our dementia care educator, and Shelley is a licensed practical nurse, LPN. She has extensive experience in what we know here as community care facilities. She actually comes to us from Ontario, and so worked in the homes in that area as well as in home care. She's very knowledgeable about dementia care and working with families, and is leading up our dementia care training program for professionals and healthcare providers across the island. So welcome, Shelley.
Thank you, Jaime. So I'm the dementia care educator with the Alzheimer's Society of PEI, and I'm thrilled to have this opportunity to share about our specialized dementia care program. Our incredibly in-depth series of training will help you better understand the complex needs of those living with all forms of dementia, including Alzheimer's. We are adapting our education due to the ever-changing needs of the island, and I'm excited to share that we will be offering online learning options soon. The Dementia Care Training Program offers certification after each level and is broken into fundamentals, essentials, and advanced dementia care training, with each session building on the last one. After completing our fundamentals, participants will better understand what we do at the Alzheimer's Society of PEI, and will have explored an overview of the brain and specific functions, be able to explain what dementia is and is not, risk factors, different types of dementia, and begin learning about Teepa Snow's GEM stages of dementia. The course features a virtual dementia care tour to help each person better identify what it might be like to be living with dementia. Memory loss is only one symptom, where the majority of symptoms tend to be difficulty processing information, and getting lost in familiar spaces. Following the fundamentals, we offer essentials, which includes You First training. You First is a training program that helps care providers develop a common knowledge base, language, and values approach for caring with people living with Alzheimer's or cognitive impairments. The Advanced Dementia Care training covers dementiability, which is a person-centered approach to care focusing on exposing abilities to meet needs. We look into learning styles, in-depth behavioral support, responding techniques, and coaching role plays. We will be offering both in-person and online options for these training opportunities in 2022, this year and next year. And our next training is being held at Center 150 in Summerside, February 23rd and 24th. If you or someone you know might be interested in learning more about our dementia care training program or how to better meet the changing needs of a person living with dementia, please reach out and we will be happy to help. Together, we will make a difference in providing positive changes in the lives of those living with dementia through educating ourselves. So we are going to put up 2 poll questions for you. Just in a moment, I think it should pop up. If you could answer these questions for us. First is, have you taken any dementia care training through the Alzheimer's Society? And we'll just give everyone a moment to answer that. So it shows here that only 20% have, or 20% have and 80% have not. So please feel free to reach out to us so we can get more information about our training programs to you. Here is our second poll question. How many types of dementia are there? If you can just pop your answer in there. Okay, so it shows we've got quite a variance of answers here. The answer is actually over 100. So if you visit our website, it will help you go through and learn more about some of the other types. We're also going to put a link in here for our dementia care training program. And thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Shelley. So Shelley's working hard on transitioning our in-person dementia care training for healthcare providers into an easily accessible online format. And we will be offering both virtual as well as in-person classes. Next, I would like to introduce Jaclyn Gallant. This will be significant for those in the western end of the island. Jaclyn is from West Prince. She's based out of O'Leary. And Jaclyn is our support services coordinator, which means she's offering family support, support groups, as well as education to families in that area. And Jaclyn is actually a teacher by background, and she has a lived experience of understanding what it is to be a caregiver. So she's extremely compassionate, she's extremely passionate, and very caring, and she has been doing just a great job in the last several months of connecting with clients and new clients living in West Prince. Jaclyn, you are welcome to start your camera and join us.
I think we're good there. Thank you, Jaime, so much. I'm so pleased to be here today alongside my fantastic coworkers at ASPEI and in the presence of you all as professionals, care partners, and others interested in increasing their awareness of Alzheimer's disease and other dementias. As Jaime has mentioned, I'm the support services coordinator for the Alzheimer's Society of PEI in West Prince. In 3 months I have been in this position, I've thoroughly enjoyed connecting and building relationships with clients as I assist them in their dementia journey. Another joy has been collaborating with team members at ASPEI as we plan and implement many programs and services offered to individuals across the island. One of the programs I'm especially excited about that I will speak of briefly is the Volunteer Companion Program. The Volunteer Companion Program, or VCP, is a one-on-one friendly visiting program for persons living with dementia. The program is offered island-wide and seeks to improve the quality of life for persons with dementia through social interaction and cognitive stimulation. In addition, it provides a time of respite for the primary care partner. Relaunching this program during a global pandemic certainly presents some challenges, but now is a time when connection is needed the most. To offer this connection opportunity, but also keeping the risk of contracting COVID-19 low, we offer both in-person or virtual visiting options. Visits of whatever form will occur on a weekly basis for 1 to 2 hours at a time, decided by the care partner and volunteer. During this time, the volunteer will provide the participant with friendly interaction, connection, and meaningful activities based on current interests, skills, and abilities. We are currently accepting applications from both volunteer companions and from care partners who are caring for someone with dementia at home. As application packages are submitted and approved, we will be creating matches based on location and common interests between the volunteer companion and the participant. Volunteers who have successfully completed the application process will participate in comprehensive training so that they are knowledgeable and comfortable in their new role. I will be meeting with the volunteer and care partner individually before visits begin to ensure procedures, guidelines, and goals are understood. The first formal visit will include the volunteer, participant, care partner, and myself to ensure all is well and that everyone is properly introduced and comfortable proceeding. As we aim to ensure the quality of the VCP as an experience for both families and volunteers, participants and care partners will be asked to provide feedback to help us improve the program. Participant feedback is valued and essential to maintaining a high-quality program now and in the future. This program has so many benefits, and I look forward to seeing it come to life in the weeks ahead. Thank you for your time. It's great to be here. And please visit the chat box for more information on the Volunteer Companion Program and how to access the application package.
Thank you so much, Jaclyn. Yes, we're absolutely really looking forward to seeing this program take off. We're definitely open to any volunteers who would be interested in a friendly visiting program with a person living with dementia. I was looking for a link to share, but okay, sorry. Oh, I should never have moved my page. We do have a survey up currently where we're asking for your feedback in informing this process of building the program. And I would really like to share that link with you so that if you would like to provide us with some feedback in the design of this program, you can. It only takes about 3 to 5 minutes to complete it. So I'll try to find that link when the next person is talking. I would now like to introduce you to and welcome Penni Forsman. Penni is our support services coordinator covering Kings County, and she's currently working from home out in Murray Harbor North, but will be supporting folks in Montague and offering a lot of services in Montague when we are able to open up in person. Penni has a background with extensive experience in working for not-for-profit agencies. She is very passionate about helping people with dementia and has lived experience herself caring for a family member with dementia. Penni, I welcome you. Please join us when you're ready.
Hi, Jamie. Hi, everyone. Thanks so much for joining us today. What a great turnout we've had, and I'm really excited to be here. I'm going to be talking a little bit about the Dementia Friendly Communities project, and I'll explain a little bit about what it is. So a Dementia Friendly Community focuses on stigma reduction and the inclusion of people with dementia. People are educated about dementia and know that a person with dementia may sometimes experience the world differently. In a dementia-friendly community, people living with dementia feel supported by their community members, whether they are at the post office, retail outlets, using transportation, or enjoying hobbies out in the community. The Dementia Friendly Canada project is guided by the voices of people with lived experience. These guiding principles play a key role in achieving each of the project's 3 main goals. 1, to train Canada's workforce to be dementia friendly. 2, promoting and educating the general public about dementia through awareness campaign and resources. 3, achieve sustainability and ensure growth of the Dementia Friendly Canada initiative across the country. Going to put up a link in the chat box for the Dementia Friendly Communities Canada page, where you will find information and tip sheets, as well as a link to sign up for the 4-module course, which will take approximately 90 minutes, and then you will receive a certificate when you're done. The Alzheimer's Society of PEI is continuing this initiative in our province by providing the tools, education, and information that community members need. The Society is helping municipalities, professionals, corporations, and the public to develop dementia-friendly communities. So what are some of the things that your community can do? You can request dementia education to help community members understand dementia and learn how to offer appropriate assistance. Include people with dementia in community or organizational planning. Encourage city staff, whether at libraries or community centers or parking and bylaw offices, police and firefighters, to be educated about dementia and to be able to communicate effectively with a person with dementia. Work with others in the community, such as shopkeepers, bank tellers, and bus drivers, to receive dementia education specific to their job. Host programs for persons living with dementia and their caregivers, such as Minds in Motion. If you would like us to work with your business, organization, or community to develop strategies that promote social inclusion and create a safe, supportive environment for people living with dementia, please contact the Alzheimer's Society. And we'll pop up we'll put the link to our website there and the Dementia Friendly Communities in the chat box. I really appreciate the opportunity to share this program. We look forward to all our communities being places where people living with dementia feel welcome and supported. We're going to put up a poll right now, see how dementia friendly you think your community is. Whether you think it's perfectly friendly, just friendly, or not quite friendly enough. Just wait for those results, see what we've got. Oh, it's not surprising, but we can do something with that. So yeah, 2% perfectly friendly, 33% friendly, 65% not friendly enough. So we've got some work to do. Please feel free to contact us. We'd love to work with you. Look forward to helping you all out. Bye.
Thank you so much, Penny. Very appreciated. And again, thanks for engaging in the polls as well to everyone. I'd like to lastly introduce you to Kristen Sherman. Kristen is our Communications and Fund Development Coordinator. She's been working with the Society for over a year now, I believe, 1.5 years or so. And Kristen is currently completing her master's in counseling psychology. Am I right? Yes. And you probably, if you receive any of our communications through social media, through the newsletter, or have attended any of our fundraising events, that's all Kristen's handiwork. So she's going to talk a little bit about some of the events that occurred in 2021 and some of the upcoming events in 2022. So welcome, Kristen.
Okay, sorry about that. I'm struggling to control all of these different things. So hello, everyone. It's so nice to have you all here today. Yeah, I'm just going to speak to some of the events that we've had in the past year or so. as well as upcoming events that we have to look forward to. So over the past year, we've luckily been able to do one or two things in person. So that's been really nice. In October, we had our paint night. So we partnered with East Coast Art Party, the Gallery Coffee House and Bistro, and Halloween Central. As you can see in the picture, some of us may look a little weird. Some of us dressed up as it was almost Halloween. Some of us didn't, but either way, it was really fun. We had some food, we had some wine, and we painted a nice little fall pumpkin image for the evening. So that was great. In December, we had our second annual online auction for owls. Some of the items included a signed Tom Selleck photo, which you saw in previous slides, jewelry, local art pieces, ferry tickets, furniture, and tons more. So if you have any items that are in great condition, we invite you to hold on to them for next year's auction, or if you can't hold on to them, I'm sure we can arrange something. You can donate them now. We can maybe store them for you. Just get in touch with us. And yeah, keep an eye out in like a year from now for our auction next year. Well, I guess this year in December. And in May, the Alzheimer Society hosts the IG Wealth Management Walk for Alzheimer's. So last year, some of you may have seen that we introduced an island-wide month-long scavenger hunt. And we shared it on Facebook. So it was open, anybody could participate, not only those who registered for the walk. So this, yeah, it encouraged participants to visit local businesses and attractions like beaches and lighthouses and whatnot across the island, to try new activities and much more. So this year we are planning on doing the same. We'll see how it goes with COVID and everything. We would love to have an in-person event, but that's still up in the air. We do invite you to walk your way in May. So that could be anything from going for a walk, a run, a bike ride, cooking, and then documenting it and sharing it with us. So walk your way in May just means kind of do anything you can to support those living with Alzheimer's or other dementias. As usual, we do ask that you register as a team or an individual on our walk page to help us fundraise. The walk page isn't live yet. It will be by March 14th, maybe a little sooner. Once it's live, we'll send out an email. So make sure you subscribe to our emails and follow us on social media. As usual, prizes will be awarded to the top individual, team, and long-term care home fundraisers, as well as scavenger hunt participants. Last year, we raised just shy of $25,000. I think, honestly, it was like $10 or something. So this year, we're looking to surpass $25,000. Yeah, so if you would like to hear more about upcoming events, please follow us on social media. And subscribe to our newsletter, which will pop up in the chat box there. And finally, we wanted to run a little idea by all of you. So we're considering having a golf tournament fundraiser in September. And we really want to know if this is something that you would be interested in participating in. So I'm going to throw up a poll. And if you could just let me know. I'm not an avid golfer. I've been out maybe 3 times, but it's really fun being on the golf course. So you don't have to be a pro to come out. You could just come out with some friends and just treat it as a good time, a good day. There'll probably be food and drinks available. So yeah, if you're not a pro golfer, you don't have to worry about it. Okay, so I'm going to give it a few more seconds. Okay, let's see what we got here. So probably not is the highest rate. 55% of you said probably not, 25% said yes, and 21% said maybe. So I hope those maybes turn to yeses. And then, yeah, so anyway, stay tuned and we will let you know if we're moving forward with that.
Thank you so much, Kristen. All right, we're going to shift into the part of our conference that is about the community showcase. We wanted to provide a brief look at some additional community-based supports that are appropriate for a person with dementia or a caregiver. First of all, I would like to welcome Dawn Mallard. Dawn is an RN and she has a Bachelor of Science in Nursing. She works with the Provincial Home Care Program as a Nursing Clinical Development Coordinator. Dawn has worked with home care for 11 years in various positions, and she's here to share information on the services offered through the Provincial Home Care Program. Please give a warm welcome to Dawn, and thank you so much for joining us, Dawn.
Great, thanks for having me. Can you hear me okay, Jaime?
Yeah, I can hear you. You're welcome to put your
yeah, I don't, it's so random. It's not working today. It's worked every other day, but it is not working. So I apologize for that. So I'll leave that off.
Of course.
And I might just rely on you to let me know what view you're going to get when I share my screen. If you don't mind, Jaime, just
sure.
Because I'm not sure how it will pop up. The techie parts are always fun. Now you just tell me if you're getting that like a full screen.
Right now we're seeing your notes pages, so you have to kind of switch. Go to the display settings. Do you see that there?
Display.
If you go to view.
Yep.
And then reading view, that should show just the slide.
Okay.
There you go.
Is that working now? Yep.
Yes.
It is.
Okay, perfect. All right. I know we're short on time, so I'll get right into it. Thank you for having me come and present on our home care program. We do have a nice partnership with the Alzheimer's Society. If there's questions afterwards, I know with the shortage of time, you can reach out to either them or myself, and we'll get you connected if you have more questions. So what is home care? So home care is a health service provided in the home to islanders of all ages based on their assessed need and availability of other supports, including family, community resources, and other programs. And our home care program on PEI currently supports over 4,800 islanders a year. So home care can help to support you to continue to live safely at home. If you have been discharged from hospital and are recovering from a surgery or an acute medical condition, or if you have an ongoing health issue requiring more care than you or your family can provide. To be eligible for home care, you have to be a permanent resident of PEI with a valid PEI health card or be in the process of obtaining one, and have an assessed need that is best met by home care rather than in another healthcare setting. This is a list of our programs and services. So it's probably a little bit hard to see, but I'm going to go through each one. I'm just going to be giving a really high level overview of this, but for more information at the end of the presentation, I'll let you know where you can get more information if you're looking for any particular program or service. So adult protection offers assessment and assistance to vulnerable adults who are unable to protect themselves from various forms of neglect or abuse. We have care coordination, and care coordinator roles is to assist clients and caregivers to manage complex or chronic care and to facilitate transitions within home care and across the system. The coach program, which you've heard a couple of speakers speak about today, is an expert team of health professionals within home care, primary care, and the geriatric program, focused on supporting clients to live at home as long as possible. And the referral to that program is through an MP or physician. We have day programs, and they are designed to promote health and functional independence for seniors through socialization and activity. Dietitians complete nutritional assessments and work with clients and caregivers to provide instruction and education particular to their nutritional needs. Home support services provide assistance to clients who need support with activities of daily living, such as bathing or dressing, and provide in-home respite care. Our hospital liaison coordinators provide support for a safe and prompt return home from hospital by working with individuals, caregivers, and hospital staff. The Integrated Palliative Care Program is designed to offer comfort and support to clients living with a life-threatening illness, with an emphasis on quality of life. The team works with clients and caregivers to ensure they are living fully to the very end of life with dignity, comfort, and surrounded by a circle of support. Our mobile integrated health program is a healthcare service provided by Home Care and Island EMS, offering at-home based care for short periods of time. Community paramedics provide non-emergent interventions based on an individualized care plan that is developed and coordinated by an MIH-RN at the home care site. We have nursing, both RNs and LPNs, who provide supportive care to clients and caregivers through nursing interventions and education, providing a wide variety of nursing procedures that can be carried out safely at home. Some examples include ostomy and wound care, IV therapy, blood collection, health assessment and monitoring, education, and chronic disease management and follow-up. Our occupational therapist assists clients who are having challenges in their daily living and may advise on how to safely perform tasks such as bathing, recommend assistive devices or equipment, or home modifications to allow for safe and independent function. Physiotherapists focus on maximizing safe functional mobility, walking, and maintaining joint movement and overall strength, and may prescribe personalized exercise programs or assistive aids such as walking devices. Rehab assistants provide occupational therapy and physiotherapy interventions and education under the supervision of OTs or PTs. Our remote client monitoring program offers virtual education and monitoring to clients who require vital sign monitoring. Respite services are offered through in-home respite, as well as our long-term care coordinators support to arrange facility respites. And respite beds are available across the province, and availability does vary by site. And social workers who provide the social context for assessing resources of clients and their caregivers, provides counseling to help cope with illness, loss, or end-of-life issues. So we do have a wide variety of programs and services available. So you might be wondering how to access our home care program, and that did come kind of loud and clear in one of the couple of the previous presentations, which is great. We want you to know how to be able to access our services and get more information on them. So a referral form will need to be completed and submitted to your local home care office. And a referral form can be made by yourself, your family, a caregiver, or a primary care provider. Anyone can call. So especially if you need assistance to stay in or return to your home, if you're concerned about someone else who might need assistance, if you want to know more about the services available in your community, or you need information or training to assist in caring for yourself or a loved one at home. So we do have local home care offices in Surrey, Montague, Charlottetown, Summerside, and O'Leary. And I do have the phone numbers there as well, but I'm also going to tell you, beyond this slide, how you can access more information on that and get those numbers. Our day programs are located in Surrey, St. Peters, Montague, Charlottetown, Summerside, and Alberton. And for where you can get more information about home care in your area, I would encourage you to call your local home care office and also to visit the website that's listed here. It's the Government of PEI website, and you can search in that website for various types of information, but on the website, you'll find more information on the referral process. So that also includes our referral form. But if you call one of our home care offices, they will gather information from you for a referral. So the best way to do that, if you don't have access to any of the online information, is to call your local home care office. There's a brochure there that describes our services, just as I described in this presentation. There's more information on our day programs, and for the most current information on day programs, you should contact your local home care office. The wait lists vary by site, and there may be potential disruption of regular service due to COVID restrictions, but currently all of our day programs are currently running, which is great. We have more information on our coach program online as well, and the referrals to the coach program, as I mentioned before, through the MP or physician, but there is a good bit of information on our website on that program. There is more information on our provincial integrated palliative care program and advanced care planning, so lots in there, and more information on adult protection, such as when to refer and what AP can do to assist you. As well, you'll find information for the long-term care information on the processes to determine need, the application process, and things to keep in mind when considering long-term care. So for anybody who does not have access to the online, like the internet, if you want to just connect with someone from the Alzheimer's Society, and they can connect with me, and we can make sure that you get the information that you need and guide you to your most appropriate home care office. And I'm not sure, I think questions, I'll leave that with Laura and Jaime to decide. I think they were going to do questions at the end, but leave it there. Hopefully that was helpful and will help to guide you earlier to some of the services that you might need that home care can provide.
There are a couple of questions for you, Dawn, but I think we'll hear from each of our community speakers, and then we will make some time for questions at the end. That way everyone gets the information, and if they have to leave for the question period, they can do so. But if yourself and Nancymarie and John are available to stay for questions, and the Alzheimer's Society team will be here as well, I will come back to the two that I saw in the chat pod. But next, I would like to introduce Nancymarie Arsenault. She is the Executive Director of Hospice PEI, and she's going to talk with us about some of the programs available to support families and to support caregivers as well. So welcome, Nancymarie.
Good afternoon. I am going to try and be as brief as possible, cognizant of time. So I'm going to go back off camera so I can quickly read the notes as opposed to have a conversation. So just bear with me. And here we go. So Hospice PEI, we turned 37 this year. We've been providing services for over 37 years. We are a nonprofit and receive no government funding. Hospice services are provided in the setting of a person's choice who has a palliative diagnosis, is living with a chronic end-life condition. And I'm going to talk about the two different levels of hospice services we provide. So the settings of choice are in long-term care facilities. We provide direct volunteer service in quite a few of the long-term care facilities and acute care settings, and mostly in home care. Referrals come from the home care team, the palliative home care team, from the Provincial Palliative Care Program. Hospice PEI is a member of the Integrated Palliative Care Program, and through community and self-referrals. Our support, our hospice supports, so we have grief supports and hospice supports. Hospice supports offer emotional and practical support and help clients and caregivers navigate care and support services. Our clients are eligible for our free services if they have a life-limiting diagnosis. As I did say, volunteers are carefully screened and receive specialized training. Currently, we have over 200 volunteers in our three areas of service. The kinds of hospice services and supports we provide would be breaks, which is respite, but not in the traditional sense, for caregivers, companionship, which is company for the diagnosed person. We have volunteers who have specialized training in music care, volunteers who have specialized training in therapeutic touch. We provide transportation for clients to appointments. One of the fun things we do is we provide experiential excursions for a client. Another fun thing is we have animals that visit, specifically a couple of dogs, and there's actually a horse, Billy the horse, who visits during the summer at the palliative care center. And one of my passions is gardening. So we have gardening experience and have provided over 20 raised garden boxes to various long-term care facilities across the province and at the palliative care center. You know, one of the things that we know that is useful, or what we hear from caregivers, is that it gives them peace of mind knowing that if they need to go out and do errands or just have a break, that there's somebody with their person sitting with them, either just sitting there, they could be reading, playing games, watching their favorite TV program, or taking them out to their favorite, for their favorite drive. We also help people to complete their advanced care planning and how to have conversations and to complete their healthcare directive. Probably do between 20 and 30 presentations a year on that service. Okay, I'm just continuing on. Other hospice PI supports are offered through our grief support programs, which I think would be very appealing for caregivers who are experiencing grief of the loss of the person, even though that person hasn't died, because people go, well, why would I take grief support from hospice? It's that anticipatory grief that we would provide a service for, and that service would be through our volunteer-led peer-to-peer support programs, our virtual and in-person when gathering restrictions allow, and one-on-one assigned volunteers. Our grief support volunteers receive additional specialized training on top of the hospice training to become a grief support volunteer. We try to match our clients and volunteers who have had similar journeys. All of our hospice work is supported in a peer-to-peer model of compassionate care. We do not provide professional counseling services. So we have open groups, closed groups, peer-to-peer support groups, which are done virtually and in person when gathering allows. I already said that. We also provide print resources specific to a person's grief journey. For example, somebody experiencing the loss of a child, a parent, a partner, a pet, and provide print resources to adults so that they're able to talk to their children about loss and grief. We do not, for more information, to talk to someone in your region, you can find information on our website. I'm not sure if, Jaime, if you're going to list all the contact information I sent, but if you go to our website, www.hospicepei.ca, you can get the local numbers to call for support or information for and referrals in your regions. And I wanted to end it with a little, one of the things I noted when I joined hospice 5 years ago now, a lot of my friends said, oh, thank you for putting that on the chat. A lot of my friends said, oh, it must be really sad to be doing that work. And at the time I was in the palliative care center, which is where our provincial offices were up until this month. And a couple of weeks went by before I responded to the message I received from my friend. And it just hit me one day. I responded back saying, you know, in all my years of work, I have never heard more laughter in a workplace than I did at the palliative care center, which to me speaks volumes to the work we do. Our work doesn't focus on dying, but on living until you die. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Nancymarie. I couldn't agree more. And, you know, a lot of today's presentations have focused on what it means to live well and what it means to live with dignity with this diagnosis. But it's also important to talk about dying with dignity and what comes closer to the end of life. And I think that I was really pleased to hear about some of the services that I wasn't aware of. And in particular, I was really wanting to share the message about the grief support services that your team offers. I feel like you discussed anticipatory grief, which is, you know, that experience of the progressive loss of an individual. And I don't know that we're naturally very well equipped with a lot of navigation skills for understanding grief. And it's something that a lot of us can need support around. So it's wonderful to know about those services. And I encourage anybody, you know, who's interested in confronting some of those experiences to reach out as well for that service and some of your other services. So our final presenter of today, and again, thank you, Nancymarie. Our final presenter of today is John Kelesi from the Community Legal Information. John works as the client service and administrative support with CLIA. Part of his role includes assisting community members in navigating their legal questions by providing free information as well as other services. John is originally from the Solomon Islands and he's been living in PEI for almost 10 years. Please give a warm welcome to John. We'll have a brief presentation and then we will have time for questions for all of our community providers. And again, thank you for staying with us, even though we're a little over time today. So welcome, John.
Thank you. Can you hear me okay? All right, so I don't have the best mic, but I'll do what I can. I'll share my screen real quick. I just have a basic presentation. Can you all see it? I assume you can.
It's still loading, but I think it's coming.
Okay, awesome. So thank you for the introduction and thank you for having me be a part of the annual conference. Today I'll do a quick overview of what community legal information services and projects are. If you have any questions or if we have time, you can ask away or you can just send us an email or give us a call.
John, just before you go on, it's not showing yet. I'm not sure why.
Oh. Tech, but apparently not today.
If you want us to share it from this end, I think Laura has your presentation. Just let us know.
Oh, sure. Okay. Froze on me. Oh, here we go. Zoom quit unexpectedly. All right. Let me try again. Sorry about this. How's that?
There we go. Yeah, now I just need to get it into the slideshow mode.
Perfect.
So if you want to go to, Laura's trick was to go to view and then reading.
How's that?
Yeah, great. Thanks.
Awesome. Okay. So as a nonprofit registered charity organization, our mandate is to provide PEI Islanders with understandable and useful information about our laws and our justice system. And we provide this information through various services, the foremost being our inquiry line service. So people can call our inquiry line to talk about their legal issues, get free legal information, inquire about our lawyer referral service, and get connected with a lawyer through this service. They can also request a presentation, which is how I got to be here. Thank you, Laura, for reaching out. And they can also get referred to other organizations if it's more applicable, they could be helpful. And they can also form partnerships with community legal information. People can also reach us through email or our live chat function on our website. As I briefly mentioned in the previous slide, we do administer a lawyer referral service on behalf of the Law Society of PEI. Essentially, this is an accessible way to talk to a lawyer. People who are dealing with legal issues, they can get connected and talk to a lawyer for up to 45 minutes for $25 plus tax to get basic legal advice on their situation. People have used this service to talk to a lawyer about getting guardianship, for example, or powers of attorney, issues with that, or even the process. A lot of our conversations revolve around family issues, but I'd say a close second would probably be around older adults and situations around senior living, things like that. We also provide information through more than 60 publications in various languages. So English, French, Chinese, Farsi, Arabic, Spanish, Vietnamese, and Tagalog. And these are just a few publications we offer, especially the ones that are related to this conversation today. And what's in our publications are details of areas of PEI law that many people who have talked to benefit from knowing, and they either use the information to be prepared or to be better equipped to handle the issue that they're dealing with. And in terms of preparation, it's like looking to the future. An example of this is Wills on PEI. So it's an important topic and information is available, but many people don't know or would benefit from knowing the importance of a will or how to create it, either by yourself, by hand, or and without the help of a lawyer, or with the right forms and steps involved. Executors or administrator role is also something that is important and is a good topic of discussion that I talk to people on a daily basis about. And sometimes there's a misunderstanding of the differences, but if somebody's been named executor or administrator of an estate and would want to know what the next steps are, get a step-by-step instruction of how to go about this role, we do offer this information. And yeah, so, I mean, at the end of the day, most people that call us are dealing with an issue. Sometimes it's illegal, for the most part, it is a legal issue, or they want to be prepared for the next step to take. So having information provides comfort, especially if one's going through a new situation that they've never experienced before. And the same thing applies to things like powers of attorney, where we talk about various types, how to create them or cancel them, as well as what the limitations that can be put in place or clauses that allow a power of attorney to remain in place, especially after someone is deemed incompetent. And since we're on the topic of power of attorney, and I'm not above shameless plugging, we do offer a power of attorney kit that people can use to create their own power of attorney without the use of a lawyer. It comes with forms needed to create or cancel a power of attorney, as well as a guidebook on how to fill out the forms. It's like a cheat sheet. I know that legal jargon is a barrier, so simplifying it and putting it in as plain of language as possible is always beneficial. One thing to note, though, if some people get really excited and say, "Oh, we can just use this now." Some banks prefer having a lawyer to create the forms for you. So if you are interested in the kit, you have to confirm with their financial service first. And as a legal document that aims to provide assistance for people in a vulnerable position, our publications also talk about what abuse looks like in these cases. So that ranges from abuse in a power of attorney or healthcare related, or what can be or should be in place to help islanders address these potential problems. Essentially, what are good ways to protect yourself? And on the topic of healthcare, we do have a dedicated publication on healthcare decisions, which talks about healthcare directives, their importance, consent to treatment and substitute decision-making, and a lot more. So essentially, the main aim of our publications or inquiry lines is to help islanders know more about legal topics and how it may affect them now or in the future. And another method we use to reach out to people is through public presentations, like the one I'm doing right now. My colleagues and I are available as speakers for schools, community groups, organizations, clubs, pretty much anything. And we do both in-person and virtual presentations as well. In person when it's allowed, of course. I know the times we are living in. And average, we probably present around 40 presentations a year. This year's kind of special because we did over 50. In terms of our other services and projects, we do have the RISE program, for example, which offers free legal resources to victims of sexual violence, including workplace sexual harassment. Renting PEI is also another program. It provides tenants and landlords with free legal resources, as well as like an online divorce assistant too, is something we have on the go, which aims to help people who are going through or about to start the process of divorce, but through like editable online forms. And we also have our uncontested divorce kit, basically a power of attorney kit, but for divorce. If you have any questions, we can email us, contact us. Calling these numbers over here, and there's our email. Other platforms we have as well. Yeah.
So thank you very much for that information. And I want to thank everyone who has joined us today for the conference. If you could stop your share, we will move into some questions for John, Nancymarie, or Dawn from Home Care, or anyone from our team as well. John, we really appreciate the information. I know legal information in particular can be very difficult for people to navigate through, so this is a wonderful service. And one thing that we do advocate for is that people put these types of legal documents in place as early as possible. Making a plan for a POA, making an advance care plan, and kind of thinking about who it would be that you would want to make these decisions. All of that is really important to do early, in particular, while the person with dementia is still able to make decisions on their own behalf and make some plans for how they, who they want to make these decisions in the future, if or when they become unable to do so. Anybody who was just recently presenting, you're welcome to throw your camera on and take questions. And thank you, Olive, for your question. There was one other question for Dawn besides Olive's, which she has.
Yes, it was regarding a coach referral. So if the family physician would not refer to coach. So again, obviously there's more information that would be needed around that question, but I would encourage you to go to the website. Our eligibility criteria is on there. So there is certain criteria that needs to be met for the program, as well as who can do the referrals. So it's like the MP or the physician, but the geriatrician, the geriatric NPs or home care coordinators are also listed there too. So it kind of does depend if you are kind of associated with home care already or not, or have a care coordinator. But again, I would encourage you to contact the local home care office if you're not already associated with any of the others that I mentioned. And they're really good to be able to kind of listen to the specific information and direct you to the right people who will be able to kind of get you where you need to go and answer some of those questions. So I know it's not answering the question, but hopefully it'll get you where you need to go to find your answers.
I just want to also mention, we will be looking for your feedback as an evaluation about today's conference. So I believe as you exit, there will be a questionnaire that comes up. Your feedback is always really appreciated. We do look at feedback. We read everything you say. And again, we're really wanting to make every event we do better than the one before. So we appreciate your feedback. There's still some time for questions. And let me just have a quick look over at my agenda. Once again, I wanted to say thank you to everyone who presented today. They volunteered their time to bring this information to you, and we are so grateful for the gift of that information and participation. We received a lot of wonderful information today. Some of it was new to me as well, and I really appreciate an opportunity to meet other providers that are supporting people with dementia across the island. There's still a lot of work to do when it comes to dispelling stigma and ensuring really high quality care. But there is really a great team of providers across community and the healthcare system that are working on these issues and that are truly working towards some of the best quality care you can receive. Okay. Oh, and lastly, on Kristen's presentation, we really hope to see you participating in our annual IG Wealth Management Walk for Alzheimer's. It's really a fun event. It's a fun month, and we'll be releasing some more information about what that's going to look like this May soon. And thank you again for all your support in the past. So I'll leave just maybe 30 more seconds in case anyone's typing a question, and then we'll sign off for the day. And again, thank you so much for joining us. All right, so Kristen, is the quiz going to come up automatically, the evaluation?
It should. This is my first time doing that. So if it pops up, then please, I think it's 3 questions. It'll take you less than a minute, hopefully, to do. And we really appreciate the feedback. If it doesn't pop up, then that's my fault. So I'm sorry. Just, you can email us and let us know how this was and what your favorite part of the conference was. So yeah, thank you.
Great. Thank you, Kristen. All right. Thank you, everyone. Stay safe and have a wonderful day.